3 kills to add to his tally. 25 in map number 1. Zorta shows us why he's the primary AWP for this CT side, and GXX is completely blinded. We're going to have a 13-13 scoreline off the back of an 11-4 half.
You don't believe in the 2v5 with an Eagles, Brandon?
Not at the moment.
That's fair enough. Smoke deployed. Shelfie whacks some lead into the forehead of one Flatro. GXX can't even find the one. The Hero AK investment squandered, as is a massive advantage for BNE. An equalized scoreline here, and forZe, I reckon, are going to do it in regulation.
Potentially. They're definitely with the momentum on their side. There's a massive exploitation for BNE up towards long, up towards toilets. They've been able to get that ground relatively easily, especially with utility kind of leading the charge. So it would not surprise me if they kind of put a little bit of pressure towards B just to kind of anchor in forZe and then reset. There's also holding for the quad totem pole that hasn't quite come in.
No, I mean, I've seen it used a couple of times recently, and wow, that is a fast trade game towards the short side. They do switch the pace up on BNE, but as you said, it's individual plays as much as it's traded on the forZe side. There's no opportunity for Bad News Eagles to do the same, and with that, the bomb carrier in Synopsy does come to join up with Scenery, but Krad's already found one Flatro, and the trade just is not there towards long bathrooms.
It could be in a second. GXX can hear Krad peeking and just under the smoke. That's an upgrade. That's the proficient sniper of GXX now wielding his preferred weapon of choice. Synopsy now looks to reset in, and they have cause rotations here. It's just Result. And at times he's been questioned, but it's been really good to see him just bounce back into the server. Now going to be a lot of responsibility put onto his shoulders as they make their way through, but back turned. Synopsy falls and the Incendiary buys time.
Yeah, forZe again looking to lock in 14, steal back a lead they've not had since round 2. Result, massive frag onto Scenery, leaving just GXX, the AWPer, in a nightmare 1v3. 30 seconds on the clock. He's just been spotted from 2 different angles. Swings in for one, big kill onto Zorta. forZe can't allow to let this one slip away, and there goes GXX. Lovely stuff from Result, and bird calls from forZe mocking their opposition.
There we go, you take the lead, you now start to get a little bit loud. You get into the heads of BNE, you make them feel a little bit off kilter, a little bit unsettled. How have you thrown this one away will be the thoughts running through their head. Result, really nice communication as well. In fact, he gets all 3 kills as they progress through Monster, but the presence of mind to ask for a flashbang to re-swing in rather than over-committing. It's good to see, especially out of a young player such as himself.
Yeah, now Bad News Eagles, no more whoops and cries from them. In fact, Rigon looks close to tears as they have just thrown away a huge advantage, a 7-round lead. They now sit 1 behind, and only 1 away from match point is their opposition. Again, this is why forZe are so deadly on overpass. Just when you think you snaked them, just when you think you put enough rounds in front of them, they'll claw their way back tooth and nail. And I say tooth and nail, they've actually done it in quite a convincing fashion here, only letting 2 rounds slip in this second half.
Yeah, especially in the last couple of rounds, which the manner they've been winning them, it has felt quite convincing. The boosts they're employing, especially over towards Connector, the one up towards short from the B bomb site, has really been effective in letting them commit and fight for map control without actually taking the space. And BNE always feeling a little bit under threat. We've now got a jump spot being employed. That's you see that as well, like a ghost, the ghost muffle. I think that was from Jerry's spam, yeah. Actually, through the wood. But nevertheless, no one's there. Everyone's safe. BNE look to set their sights towards A, and in the sight lines for Zorta could potentially be a number of these players.
Yeah, they will be walking into the more stacked of the 2 bomb sites here. Synopsy might be able to catch a few off guard towards B on the rotation, but again, the CT spacing is immaculate. Zorta priming that AWP, beckoning them into his crosshairs. But oh, hold on a minute, Rigon and Synopsy. Oh no. They find a frag apiece, but Result, Krad, Zorta, oh my goodness, it's so clean. It's an absolute abomination from BNE come the end of it there.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate. They find the first 2 opening kills out towards A as well, if I'm not mistaken. And from there, they just feel like they can flood and overwhelm. And where they come round in an arc, it actually just works out perfectly for Crad first to strike, and then Zorta just to swing forward as well. It's 2 players that deal with 4, and actually fours are on map point.
It's just so clean. Everything about this CT side for forZe has been immaculate, pristine. Bad News Eagles, I mean, as much as they're able to do some incredible things on their own defense, it is again this poor T side that lets them down so consistently, and Shelfie ensures it's still a problem. Synopsy does at least trade this one out, but only winning 17% of your T rounds has really come back to bite them yet again. In fact, this is far fewer than 17 if I'm not mistaken. Jerry, a quick spam away towards the connector. Does further damage to Scenery. It goes from bad to worse again for these players, and they have very little util left to do anything with as they come out of Monster. Rigon, nice shot. Shelfie again a trade, and we're back into a 3v3.
Yeah, it really could be bad news for the Eagles as they let this one completely slip away. 2 versus 3. Synopsy coming in from short, deals with Zorta. So at the very least, they're trying to stay alive, try and force overtime on the cards. But Shelfie tucked in towards Monster. Crad has actually rotated in towards the B-bomb site, and GXX could just drop the bomb here, and now Scope spotted. C4 in no man's land, and I feel like forZe have come back from the brink of defeat, from the depths of despair, and they close out their map pick 16-13.
What an incredible performance on their defense, and listen to the cries of the youngsters there. That's the result I was expecting to show up. We didn't talk too much about the youngster, but going, what, 0-9 in the first half? They're coming back for a really respectable performance in the second. Under Jerry's tutelage, under the steely gaze of the rest of that squad, they do not let anything slip past them. And yeah, Bad News Eagles, they will be hanging their heads a little there. That was quite an embarrassing way to finish.
Yeah, that's so unfortunate because it looks so good on that CT side, but it's a game of 2 halves, and neither team could really get things going on the attack, but you swap over to the defense, and it is absolutely incredible from both of these teams. A lack of ideas, a lack of fundamentals on the T side of Overpass let things slip away for Bad News Eagles, and as a result, forZe, they go into the series in the entire best of 3, 1-0. Parla, have you got anything to say about that one?
Up there extra early. Brilliant cast, and I think that was the best Counter-Strike that we've seen today, specifically forZe's second half. They came back from 11-4 down, and yeah, just amazing to see them stay in the game coming from such a tough point, Alan.
I mean,
Cole.
it looked over. It looked absolutely over
It
at
looked
halftime. We were sat in the green room thinking, job done, boys, we'll be down in 5 minutes, but no, streaking it all the way back. And that CT side was phenomenal from forZe. But I think I'm more intrigued by looking at it the other angle. The frustration on Devilwalk's face was unbelievably obvious. He's almost seething, wasn't he? He just couldn't believe his eyes that they just couldn't get any traction in any of these T rounds.
Cole, I'd love to throw that one to you, that point specifically, or some stuff around that point, because I'm lucky to be joined by you two, Alan, a strong background as a coach, and you've played to a pretty high level yourself, Cole. As a player, you lose from a position like that as Bad News Eagles. Where are you at mentally now?
They had a couple back-breaking rounds that they just let slip, and I think that's where Devilwalk's frustration came out the most. Because if you win those rounds, you're probably coasting to a 15th. You're probably getting the game closed out right then and there. They know it in the back of their minds. They let those rounds slip, and I think that came creeping in. And once that feeling comes creeping in, you can't shake it. It's so incredibly difficult, especially when you're on a T side when you know you could have taken it all the way home.
Alan, is there any... Well, to both of you, actually, Alan and Cole, were there any specific things that you can identify that Bad News Eagles were doing wrong? Why was their attack, why was that T side faltering? Why were they only able to get 2 rounds?
I think, well, first of all, I think Overpass is the hardest, especially on the T side. It's probably the hardest map in the pool to play. It's your defaults have to be so clean and so flawless, and you have to get control, and you have to be really smart about how you move around the map. And for me, that was kind of the problem with this T side, is all the pieces weren't connected. We were losing a lot of opening kills. There wasn't, I mean, if I was them, we call them all-in rounds. They're rounds where you just go for it. You just send it, through Monster, you do like an aggressive pop or whatever. You crawl up A and try and contact. That's how I would have called that game if I was B&E when it started going wrong. But it felt to me like they just tried to play really slow Counter-Strike and they just got absolutely pulled apart.
Cole, what do you think were the particular faults of BNE over that second half, or what do you think they could have done better?
I think a big factor was the opening picks. They didn't have a lot of them, and honestly, I gotta give credit here to forZe. They had so many different ideas about how to manufacture those opening picks. They were constantly, innovating, constantly thinking of new stuff, and it's so necessary for a CT side. It's actually something that BNE did as well. All the different setups that they were able to, manufacture. It was constantly netting them opening frags, and they were able to take that all the way home. And like Alan said, if you're defaulting very slow, and you don't have a 4v5.
It was almost the bizarre part about this game is BNE played more proactive Counter-Strike in the first half when they're on the CT side, they're on the defense, than they did on the T side. They showed so many different setups and different looks.
This round here, by the way, Alan, we have to highlight this.
The cringe.
It was so close to being a classic style of Counter-Strike, which we call a cringe round, where a weaker buy topples a team on a huge comeback or in a swing moment, and it was close. Like, BNE got the first 2 picks, but then suddenly there was just a flurry of kills for forZe, and I think that was the round that Bad News Eagles really need to win to stay in it. Anyway, we've got the scoreboard up on screen now. forZe, oh wow, I did not notice that when we were watching the game. Shalfie dropping a 30 bomb in regular time, and congratulations to him for that. That is absolutely storming performance, 95.9 ADR. And then if we look over at the Bad News Eagles, Synopsy with 104.4 ADR, but it wasn't quite enough. Juan Flatro was there helping him out. Unfortunately, Scenari was kind of completely missing.
Yeah, I mean, you can maybe point a slight finger at him, but I'm quite confident, and you could see it on Devilwalk's eyes that it was a team failure. Presumably, I mean, maybe Devilwalk can't quite hear the communication, but I imagine he sat behind them thinking, "What is going on? This ultimately isn't what we look like in practice." I guess was his feeling seeing that game. Synopsy was really good though on the CD side. He was the A player, he was the A rifle, he was all over the place getting information. And I don't know, I'm genuinely a little bit starstruck that they look so proactive and dynamic in that first half, and the second half, it was just so flat and hollow. It was an incredible role reversal.
I want to give credit to Result though, man. That guy started out 0-9, maybe 0-8 at the very worst before he found a 2K on the T side. Bam, CT side half, he starts getting activated. He ended up positive, but I gotta say, man, for such a young player, the fact that you start off that slow and you're able to get your head back in the game, that's always a good sign.
Guys, let's start looking ahead to map number 2, Ancient, Bad News Eagles pick. Mentally, we sort of touched upon the mental aspect here. It is their pick. Is that going to help them find their mental game again?
Yeah, I mean, they played enough tournaments at this point that it shouldn't be a problem. We shouldn't lose the context that this still was forZe's map pick, and they almost lost it off the back of a really poor T side to kick it off. So I'm not overly concerned. I'm still pretty confident this is going 3 maps, and I don't think they should be concerned. On
the flip side, though, I'm sure that there is so much confidence right now flowing through forZe. Like that's a huge comeback, and I think that's going to give them a lot of value going into BNE's map pick. What do you think, Cole?
I mean, coming into this series, we looked at Ancient, and I think the big, kind of surprise here was that BNE probably going to have better times, setting up their T side, more prepared on this T side here as opposed to Overpass, but also forZe less prepared on the CT side.
Okay.
We talked about different ways that they were able to open up the rounds and all the different setups that forZe had. I don't think that same structure is going to be built in on Ancient.
Alan and Cole, we've got about a minute left. Anything else that you'd like to say before we head to a short break and then get Ancient underway?
You really glossed over him there really quickly, but Shalfie was absolutely brilliant in that first map. This kid has improved so much over the last probably year to 18 months. He's a player that, to my knowledge, came from more of a pugging background, and forZe was his first real chance to play professionally and get into the team. And I always felt like it was the other names I was always looking at, but he kind of ebbed and ebbed away, and he's blossomed into a brilliant player. He's really come along a lot, and he's a massive catch for that team.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Wicked. Well, guys, thank you so much for your thoughts. Everybody at home, this is the CCT Central Europe Malta Finals, brought to you by Gaming Malta. And we're in the midst right now of our first best of 3 of Group A. And it's BNE versus forZe. forZe take map 1. Up next, it's BNE's pick of Ancient.
I have a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the CCT Central Europe Malta Finals, brought to you by Gaming Malta. My name is Paul. I'm still one of your desk hosts, still joined on the desk by Alan and now also Exner Cole. Yeah, we weren't necessarily thinking we were going to come back to the desk again. I think we got a lot of what we wanted to say out before. Is there anything floating around in your minds now about this upcoming second map between forZe and BNE? We know we're playing it out on Ancient. BNE will be starting on that T side, right? So they maybe will hopefully be able to get off to a more rolling start than their terrible T side. And I don't mean any offense by that, but they got 2 rounds of that T side on Overpass.
I think it's fair to say, Parla, I tell you what, I'd love to have a microphone in Devilwalk's discussion right now.
Devilwalk's discussion?
With BNE between the maps. I'd love to know what he's saying to them about what actually went wrong, what fell apart. Because as much as it was their opponent's map pick, it was the fashion they lost Overpass. It was grueling. They couldn't get anything in those T rounds. So I really would love to know what Devilwalk has actually said to them between the maps. And knowing him, he'd have a few choice words. I suspect
Jonathan Devilwalk can definitely lead a team when he needs to. We've seen him lead some of the best in the world in their eras. And just for some reason, it fell apart on that T side on Overpass. What needs to change starting off on this T side in Ancient, Cole?
Again, it's all coming down to readiness here. I think Ancient has to be something that they've been clearly putting in some work. They need to show that they can deliver on these T sides, and it was something that they have been able to do in the online. I think a lot of people are seeing that T side and they're going back to the BNE of old before Devilwalk, and they're thinking, hey, I mean, is this the same team that we're seeing last year where we could talk up their defensive protocols, but they don't have the T side to back it up? Well, I don't think that's the same team, and I don't think that's the same roster that we have seen. It just depends on the map. I think Overpass kind of haunted them. Ancient very well could be that same map, though. That's the big thing here. I think forZe, they have a prime opportunity to strike.
I think a dynamic worth talking about here is that there's a tale of opposites. In my opinion, and I definitely want to vet it through you guys, is there's a tale of opposites between these two teams and how they should approach this map. For me, BNE need a total reset. On the other hand, I think forZe need to just carry on, try to harness that momentum that they finished the last map on and just push through. So it's a reset versus carrying on what was previously done. Do you agree or disagree, Alan?
There's also an angle of their kind of preparation, because you've got to remember, if you're forZe in this series, it's way easier for you to prepare. There's so much more footage of Bad News Eagles. They've ran the same spots on these maps for probably upwards of a year. I mean, there's 50 demos of each map you could plow for if you really wanted to. So I think for forZe, if they had the opportunity to do their homework, they could know a lot about this T side for Bad News Eagles. They could have, seen different routes they could play into it. They could tell Zorte, go for these picking opportunities. So if that dynamic comes into play, I do see a world where forZe could really streak ahead on the CT side.
We just saw as well our 1x bet odds and Bad News Eagles. I mean, they're definitely not favorites, put it that way, Cole.
Yeah. I mean, again, I think
which could be an oversight, actually. This is their map, but it's just interesting to see how much there is a swing there in the odds.
Yeah, I mean, I think they started this one out favored. I felt like that wasn't right. I was a bit surprised to see that, but I mean, yeah, now that they are up a map, now that they look that good, and I think again more that it's going to be another tough T side ahead of Bad News Eagles. You know, are they going to be able to bounce back? We saw big changes in the momentum there at the beginning of that second half when forZe were trying to get their heads back in the game. Those guys were stone cold, very, very like stoic, and then all of a sudden, you get to 14, 15, they're getting loud, they're yelling in the faces of BNE. I think that was a big wake-up call there for them.
Alan, Cole, thank you so much for your thoughts. As always, this second map, Ancient, is ready to go. BNE are down 0-1 against forZe, but now they are on their map pick of Ancient. B-Dog and Sneaky, over to you.
Thank you very much, Parla. And yeah, look, Ancient's a very interesting one for me. I feel like forZe, when Ancient came out, it was a while ago, and obviously there's been changes and plenty of iterations, but that was a team I was watching their demos, and I was learning a lot from their T side. Their utility usage on this map is sublime, and I remember them taking down complexity on this map, for example. We're going back about a year or so, obviously different rosters, different lineups, and things like that, but like the utility usage and the strategy, the structure that Jerry has, I would call it a 2-0 BNE, but now I'm thinking maybe it's a 2-0 forZe.
I mean, it's a possibility. They've played it 10 times in these past 3 months, so they've had the time to prepare themselves on this forZe side. On the flip side, it's been played 6 times by Bad News Eagles. Now, there's a 40% win rate here for forZe. There's a 50% win rate here for BNE, which means 4 and 3 wins respectively. I will admit, slightly more difficult opposition for BNE, but then some of that was during the IEM Brazil closed qualifiers. So I think we can probably rule out those results because of all of the technical issues that they had on the day. I mean, they lost 17-19 to Heat on Ancient. I think that definitely would have been theirs should they have had everything they needed in the server. I was quite curious to see that we didn't go to Anubis at all, but I do think Ancient will be a good map for both teams to prove themselves here.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting as well is you've got the aggressive nature that Bad News Eagles can provide. Can work out quite well, especially with these new timings on Ancient, right? The map has been adjusted for a number of months now, but it still feels like you can still get the advantage, especially on that T side. You can get out to mid a lot quicker. The contestment for that is going to be a lot greater. And as we get in towards this pistol, it's BNE. Obviously, are starting on this T side. It's their map pick, and they're all grouping towards B right now, and the dual Berettas of Jerry could really have a say in how this outcome is prevailing. However, Shalfie's found one. There's Jerry with another, and it's a 3 versus 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really solid start for forZe here, looking to put down what they were picking up in the end of the previous map. GXX, though, looks to deny these rotations in from CT. Zorta as well might well meet his fate to Juan Flatro. No, the AWP, though, deals with the first threat in Crad. Time is ticking down now for forZe. They've lost Jerry on the bomb site itself. They're going to need to pick up the pace, but Juan Flatcher ensures that Zorta cannot. He's removed from the server, and despite an initial 2-man advantage, we're now back to a single-man advantage for the likes of forZe, but Sceneri's position, it goes unchecked, but they're sticking the bomb. Result's got a kit, and with that, forZe steal away the pistol, and Sceneri, well, he's got to hang his head in the corner here.
Shalfie, unbelievable. Again, 3 kills for him in the pistol round for forZe to recover what was, a 2 versus 4 situation. Immediately, look at these quick kills come in, 2 versus 3, in fact, my apologies. However, the point still stands. And Shalfie's been developing a lot, as Alan was saying, over 2022, and has really transformed himself into one of these consistent players that forZe can rely on. Yet again, bailing them out of a tough scenario. BNE, the story of lack of T rounds acquired continues here.
Yeah, this is what, 7, 8 in a row now for the likes of forZe. Rigon, that's a nice 1 dig onto Shalfie, immediately shutting down the man we were praising. Looking for more as well. Result spotted in the red room. It's a tentative fight, a second swing for Rigon though, as Result forces him back from whence he came. Synopsy somehow on the A bomb site will be shut down by Jerry here. You know, we'll work with that, as Juan Flatro, that's a clean one onto Crad.
Suddenly, BNE have just kind of apparated into all of these different positions. You've got the A-bomb site under threat with them just on there. And suddenly, you got Juan Flatro here, taking that into his own hands. However, Jerry says no. No more of that, please. Another successful retake for forZe as they get back-to-back rounds here. It's back-to-back bomb plants for BNE, so it gives them a couple of extra dollars to work with, and you can see after that bomb is defused, they'll have enough to invest AKs.
They're having a bit of a celebration there as they defuse the bomb.
Good times.
Clearly diffusing the tension between teammates as well. As Bad News Eagles, well, Devilwalk looks nervously happy. Rigon, it is a nice opener, but that is really all they'll get outside of the bomb plant. I'm telling a lie. One Fletcher's 1D was immaculate as well, but it's a good recovery from the likes of forZe. They'll be glad not to let things slip like they did in the previous map this early on. Will be a slightly weaker buy for the CT side here. But my goodness, look at the mid-presence they're taking. Shelfie already in towards mid-cubby. Rigon completely unawares of this, but the timings... Oh, he doesn't quite see the barrel, and with that, GXX will entry instead.
Look at this. Round 3, we've got both AWPs. As Shelfie does, in fact, deal with Rigon. Jerry under a lot of threat here towards B, potentially, because one Flatcher has got control of Cheetah. You've got Scenari peeking and prodding his way in towards B ramp, at least temporarily. That's why Resalt's being called over to try and help reinforce B. There's a big gap in towards middle right now that B&E can try and exploit.
Yeah, if they could get someone in towards Red Room, or even in Donut at this point, it would be massively beneficial to them. Instead, they're still forcing the fight around Jaguar. Are we on Jaguar or Cheetah today, Brandon?
Oh, yeah, one of them.
It's fine. We'll settle on that in a moment as forZe looking not to get too comfortable as that util rains on down. And Synopsy has done exactly what you pointed out. He's taken space in Red Room, now coming in on the rear flank, but...
He has, but Shelfie's now in this position as well. This is like role reversal.
Oh, we love a bit of role reversal, Brandon. Unfortunately, Synopsy, not so much. Cuts down Zorta. Quick trade from Resalt. Nicely repositioned, but Jerry, he's on a bit of an island here. But Shelfie, oh, he could go for the knife. Instead, decides against it. Saves the life of Jerry and one Fletcher in the 1 versus 2. Gets the bomb down again, but can't quite find the headshot. 3 on the board now for forZe. As Bad News Eagles, they're very consistent at getting the bomb down, but it's not going to win the rounds unless they can win out a post plant.
Yeah, it's like they limp into these bomb sites, right? But they somehow still manage to get an extra little bit of finances into their back pocket. Really enjoying kind of almost the same mentality from both of these teams in terms of pushing extremities, or that term for B&E, it was pushing down the guts and middle, but exploiting the spaces that are being opened up by both the defense and the offense to slip into the back lines and deliver devastating damage. And as a result, forZe, they are closing out these rounds, but B&E, they've been able to put the bomb down in each and every scenario.
Yeah, they are keeping themselves alive with a bit of cash in their back pockets, although it will just be 2 AK investments come this one. Again, we see what they can do with the Eagles. But I'm going to have to start putting that point forward soon. You'll tire of my repetition, but Jerry... looks to find another opening frag for forZe here. Doesn't get caught on the reload. Instead, on Fletcher and Synopsy charge on in tandem, and that's an open B bomb site. Grad ensures not for too long, but oh, he goes down on the reload himself. That's a maniacal round for Bad News Eagles. There was nothing that forZe could even have done there.
Yeah, everyone being caught up by reloads. Waiting for Jerry's, waiting for Crads. Timing works out perfectly. He's also just trying to hold on to his AWP. 1 versus 3. Oh, does find Synopsy. Hasn't got a kit, so obviously can't go for it so far away. But this is ridiculous. Let him save it. God damn it. Scenari, don't hunt him. It's not worth it, son.
Let him cook. Just save that AWP over into the next round. He's single-handedly bludgeoned the Bad News Eagles' economy there.
Yep.
Synopsy won't have enough, neither will Juan Fletcher for a proper buy come the next round. They're going to be lacking some util. I am lying to you, Brandon. They will not be lacking util. But at the same time, it sets a good precedent for the AWPer here, and Zorta, hopefully he's able to actually convert some of those kills before the round's already over.
I think Jerry just pointed back at the coach there, so I think he wanted a little bit of a timeout. Just kind of get everyone back on track, on the same page, stop and stifle the momentum. It's actually B&E that take the pause. That's interesting. Devilwalk wanting to transmit over some information because he's definitely seen something. Look at him go. Very animated indeed. But yeah, Zorta does hold on to the AWP, but that's about it for forZe. I mean, they can obviously reinvest back in, and they will, because they're on the first stage loss bonus. but the buy is not going to be too pretty at all. I'd like to see Zorta just go for some of these peaks just a little bit more proactively, because if he's the kind of linchpin to this entire round, if he's like the spearhead of this attack, because he's got, what, MP9 surrounded him, I'd love to see him just go for one of these aggressive stances.
Oh, that's an aggressive grenade, though. Synopsy has his leg blown off as he edges in towards A main. Well, look at this mid-control from Bad News Eagles. Zorta does not have a gap in that smoke to... Oh, I might be lying to you there. There's a tiny gap in that smoke, but Rigon and Zorte spot each other. And the sneaky Swiss will go down to the AWP immediately. This one, Fletcher, it's a nice trade as a spam through smoke costs another player their life. Crad getting a bit too aggressive with it towards B ramp. This one, Fletcher is smoked off temporarily. Nades forcing him away. But the big thing here is the A bomb site is now under contention. Zorta is looking to defend against Synopsy. Synopsy's already snuck his way out a little more than I believe forZe are aware of.
Zorta repositioning. Smoke's now being lined up as well. That's going to give up the ghost, and, well, that shadow and shoulder spotted. Zorte capitalizes, make things a lot worse for BNE. Boost coming up. That's got a possibility, because there are actually just two MP9s just going on a little bit of a rendezvous in towards Donut, and that's where the bomb is currently being planted for. Shalfie clears out mid, makes sure that the MP9s can get there safely. In fact, 3 defenders are retaken from this position.
Well, forZe look to make it work. Still, their orbit in the backlines is causing carnage, but Result looks to be the first man out. Juan Flatro, distracted by the AWP, allows Shelfie a frag on the retake. Result adds to the tally and doubles it. Lovely stuff from the MP9. And Bad News Eagles, I know they're at a man disadvantage, but I did not expect them to collapse that easily, Brandon.
Yeah, really impressed with Zorta, right? He takes the first point of contact and then repositions all the way back through tempo, spots the shoulder of the player that's aggressed too far forward, overextending towards the mouth of A main, and from there, the information's transmitted over alongside the smokes raining in. It means that the MP9s can start to get in a little bit closer. Result does the rest.
Yeah, Result on the MP9 as well. Gives him that little bit of extra maneuverability, but again, Zorta the hero of the round in the first place. As all in all, great team play there from forZe on the retake. It's something that we're perhaps missing from a couple of these Bad News Eagles round. They're just a little bit too disjointed despite having crossfires to play with. Synopsy, though, actually misses any real damage onto Jerry with that HE. Jerry looking to deal quite a bit in return. Synopsy baits in Rigon, but unfortunately GXX and Rigon will fall, and the start of this round is not looking pernickety. As Result, that is brutal.
We're now seeing an aggressive, more comfortable CT side, right? You've got initial contact coming in without utility, and then they're flashing themselves forward. Jerry's just walked down B ramp for good measure. Zorta repositioning in. This is a very strong start. This is very different to what we saw out of forZe at the start of Overpass, but it's another example of a CT side really doing significant damage on towards the opponents.
Yeah, I mean, if forZe can actually keep this up going on to, well, first of all, the latter stages of this half, but then their T-side, Bad News Eagles are in some serious trouble. Brandon, perhaps your 2-0 prediction might still come true, just in reverse. Regardless, another very solid buy here for the likes of forZe. Util galore, AK on Jerry, and Jerry significantly better in this one. 8-2 right now as Synopsy falls to him as well. Crad chimes in. And Bad News Eagles, they're just looking a little dejected at this point.
Yeah, utility doing most of the heavy lifting in this round. And Jerry, that's exactly what you want from your IGL, right? Leading from the front. And it's not like the rest of his players are struggling. It's just that he's just taking all the initiative. Another kill falls favor towards this CT side. It is currently crumbling. It's an investment as well for BNE. Things are just looking ever so dejected and jaded. Bombs now completely dropped. Rigon all alone. He has got an 8K, but he's being flanked upon as well. There is no way out for BNE.
Yeah, with 50 seconds on the clock, he couldn't even stifle a save. As Crad looks to do exactly that. Oh, that's a very clean one-tap, but right into the open arms of Jerry, giving him a warm hug. courtesy of the bullet casings raining from the AK. And with that, yeah, there is no more smiles in the Bad News Eagles camp. Just looks of concern. Looks of anguish almost as yeah, the CT side have more than found their stride. They found a jackhammer and are ramming it in the background of Bad News Eagles, becoming a real headache for them.
It's really interesting because the mid control was being gathered and given to Bad News Eagles in a number of these rounds. That deep grenade from Resol, it's finding even more success. Regon, Scenari now walking mood, susceptible to one bullet from the M4. Resol spamming through the smoke, good for a kill and basically two. As now Zorta looks to stand tall, delivers another kill and just backs in through the smoke. It naturally baits in Shalfie. It's all falling apart for BNE. They cannot find a single kill, a single opportunity. 7 rounds for forZe.
I was going to say, that opportunity to pick Mirage was there. It's a map they have great T-sides on. It's a map they've got great CT sides on. It is de facto their best, but they decided to take a gamble. They let their best map slip down to the 3rd in the series, and Brandon, I think that could well come back to punish them. They're using their second tactical timeout here in round number 9. forZe have a 7-1 lead. And Devilwalk, I mean, he's still investing everything he can, but he just looks upset with how this has gone so far, despite Juan Flatro's giggles. Focus
is the call, and to be honest, the way that forZe are playing, they are really playing reactively off upon Bad News Eagles' immediate aggressions, and maybe a bit more of a reserve default is needed. We saw it on Inferno. Like to see it here on Ancient, because currently forZe are pushing every single angle, hitting every single timing, and BNE are being completely caught off guard at every single turn. Deep incendiary just funnels them even through the smoke. Another flash. Look at the odds from 1xBet. 1.07 plays 8.5 Synopsy. How crucial is that kill in the grand scheme of things? Well, it's a necessary opener for BNE to try and find a way in.
They do find themselves another rifle off the back of this, an upgraded one nonetheless. Jerry can't afford to stick around for too much longer in front of Cave. Forced on back by Util Barrages, spams of pistols, and now 2 rifles force the affair. This could well be around for Bad News Eagles if they play their cards right, but Zorta is also still alive, which is a problem in and of itself. Jerry does spot the bomb, and Scenari's got so many targets to deal with, but Jerry a 2K spray down Zorta, a double no-scope, leaves Synopsy in a 1 versus 2, does at least have an AK, but he's also got a 3rd bullet from Zorta stuck in his body, and forZe are dominating on their opponent's map pick.
Ridiculous from Jerry, lining it up with the spray, and then we need to see Zorta on the replay because there's so much chaos in the kill feed. You kind of miss the fact that he gets 2 no-scopes. You covered it in the play-by-play, but how on earth does that even unravel? Because BNE, it looks like that's finally the most comprehensive execute of the lot, and it gets immediately shut down by 2 players.
I mean, speaking of their executes, they've been...
Okay,
that's not the kind of execute that you want to be going for with your util, but Shalfie, he wants to execute order 66 down middle here. He swapped positions with the T side.
No way.
Rigon, he's none the wiser. Oh, they literally walking into each other in the smoke, but Rigon will be the first to adjust. Shalfie getting a little too big for his boots there. What is now a 10-4 scoreline. What a stunning individual performance. The only person really letting things slip past him here is Crad, who has admittedly run into some unlucky timings, has been taking the brunt of weaker weaponry on occasion, but Jerry takes the brunt of a nice wall spray there, down to 28 points of health. But what I wanted to mention quickly, Brandon, is the util damage done by forZe towards A main 3 rounds in a row. That was sensational.
Are they going to flash through? No. Zorta's the only one with a flash here, and Juan Flatro is fumbling with his nades a little bit, but doesn't mess up the kills. However, his teammates are falling all around him. Resol keeps on going, but Juan Flatro, that's another headshot. And all the meanwhile, whilst this distraction is going on, bomb site has been compromised on the other end of the map. Zorta not ready for the temple, close position of Synopsy. Could definitely hear the scope in here. There's no way you expect this, surely not, if you're Zorta.
Well, Clearly he does, and it's a messy and laboured spray from Synopsy, but the AWP is removed regardless. Juan Flatro, a single point of health left after his earlier endeavours. Honestly, the hero of this round for BNE. 2 kills to Vitali, both towards ramp. Jerry will try and save this M4 over. Despite their winning ways, there's not the best of economies across the entire forZe board. But Bad News Eagles looking to avoid boredom themselves. They go goodwill hunting. They're looking for Jerry. They're looking for that M4. They won't be able to find him. And honestly, a hunt was probably ill-advised in that situation with their own economy dwindling. But regardless, a second on the board afforded to BNE. Not the end of the world for forZe, though, as they are still leading by a mile.
Yeah, they are, but could this be the swing, right? A lot of these rounds have actually come quite close. forZe, they should be able to reinvest in, of course, but at the end of the day, BNE, they are slowing things down. They are going for a bit more of a default, and they are catching out forZe. If it's not with the utility, it's with the spam. It softens them up for the success. Deep nade thrown in. GXX was thinking about a peek in towards mid, but thinks better of it. Double AWP, actually. That's the reaction for forZe.
Yeah, and Shelfie on an AUG as well. forZe, one of the teams readopting the scoped rifle. It's seen a massive resurgence since the addition of Anubis, I've noticed, Brandon. To be fair, there was a couple of adopters on Ancient 2. But yeah, nowhere near as much as the new sandy shores of Egypt. Regardless, let's see if Shelfie can find much on it. As Bad News Eagles, they collect themselves towards middle. And honestly, not the worst of ideas if they look to push down towards Red Room. Instead, they smoke it off. And Shelfie does give up his position.
But that smoke's actually enable Resort to push the extremity. You've also got Jerry and Crad on the other end of things. So slowly the net is beginning to tighten for Bad News Eagles. Yes, you got control of middle. That's fantastic. But now what are you going to do with it? It looks to be the flash, the reset in towards Donut. The Molotov thrown in behind. But the real intent, the bomb, it's making its way towards B. And Jerry, oh, he could just undo all of this.
He's got a fantastic timing, but Crad may well have just missed it. The secondary AWP falls away a moment too soon. Jerry, yeah, he has heard him, and that's the bomb with only 25 seconds to go. The entire round, it could well just crumble in front of our very eyes. Rigon, it's a lovely kill. Hanfuatro, another. But Crad, oh, he's not actually going to be fast enough to stop this. Have they realized, no, they don't? Do they have enough time?
Yeah, they do. Plenty.
Okay, it gets pretty tight. Crowd finds another, but Rigon and Synopsy shut down one apiece. And you say plenty. There was 2 seconds to spare by the time that bomb goes down. But Shelfie has been knocked out of the round, and all in all, a very nice recovery from Bad News Eagles, despite Jerry's persistence.
Yeah, and that's Result getting caught out over towards A main, and once that kind of falls apart, it allows BNE the space to really creep on towards the A-bomb site. That's now 2 or 3 rounds in this first half in which the A-bomb site has been lurked upon by Bad News Eagles. And just when you think Jerry's done enough, drops the bomb, puts an incendiary on it. There's an immediate response. Rigon, he's just standing in the fire and the flames, trying to get that kill, trying to convert it, put it back into the T-side's favor. And because of these lurk plays working out, BNE, they do get another round. They start to piece these rounds together. They're doing it on a round-by-round basis as well. This isn't the same sort of stomp that we saw from Overpass.
Yeah, they have at least found that elusive third T-side round that escaped them in the previous map, their own pick. As forZe, yeah, they're going to be pretty miffed if they let that one slip between their fingers. They will have the hero AWP on Shelfie here. Interesting that it hasn't so far been dropped on over, but again, we are experiencing a tactical pause, and there's the AWP drop I was mentioning. I reckon this is a good time for forZe to call one. Break the momentum up a little bit off the BNE side. The Kosovar squad looking far more comfortable, with the exceptions of perhaps Sceneri and GXX. T-side AWPing on Ancient, not the easiest of tasks. Sceneri, as a support player, would be nice if he could support them in the fragging count a little bit more as well, Brandon.
Yeah, for sure, but that's just the nature of losing 8 rounds already, right? Not everyone has really shown up thus far. Great nades. In fact, don't do as much damage as I anticipated. And look at the speed, the change of direction and pace from BNE. Already over. Zortak will still find the opener.
Yeah, they've got an A1S in their back pocket as well. They're looking to deal some serious damage here as Crad on a USP, completely outgunned as is expected. Jerry on his custom CZ. Also swept cleanly aside. Bad News Eagles, yeah, very solid B-take here. Nothing more that forZe can do. And that will be 4 rounds on the T side for Bad News Eagles. And, well, as we've already experienced in this series, 4 rounds on a T side is more than enough.
Yeah, it feels pretty good right now. I like the mental fortitude for Bad News Eagles after going down such a deficit and after what happened to them on Overpass. The ability to reset mid-map and the time into the call-outs being called by Devil Walkers really played an instrumental factor into that. I like the kind of the forward thinking of forZe as well, right? Longer term thinking for the future. You save 3 rifles, one of them being your premium, the AWP. You bring that one forward, as so too you did into this round. You make sure that you put your best foot forward, looking to kind of just stifle out this momentum, try and reset Bad News Eagles, because if you knock them off that pedestal, you can definitely still take this series.
Yeah, absolutely so. It's a difficult pedestal to claw at, though, as when Flatro makes light work of the bomb site. Yeah, so T's ebb their way forward. forZe do at least have another full buy here. Not got too much money in the back pocket behind it, though. They need to be particularly cautious. It was a blessing that they saved 3 players over with weaponry from the previous result now, though. Oh, aggressive in middle. Narrowly misses an opening opportunity. The sneaky Swiss ebbs his way back towards Shelby, but Jerry perhaps overextending instead. Shelby cuts down Rig on early doors. The trade comes back from Synopsy into the 4v4 with Thrust, and Result tries to catch Synopsy, but he's instead caught off guard, and with that, another convincing look for B&E, but Zorta gets a freebie.
Yeah, but look at the ground being taken over towards A, right? You've got repositions coming in. Quickly, forZe try and reset, try and stop this afterplant situation from even developing. Jerry just swings the angle, deletes Synopsy, who's been such a nuisance. They've left Crad there to try and deal with B, but now he can start his flank. Bomb punched in. 2 versus 3. Jerry, Zorta coming from the same angle towards Temple. Flashes over the top, but Sceneri isn't blind. Waiting for Zorta's reposition, but can't quite hit the shot. And with that, BNE survive. They fight their way out of the corner, and they get 5 rounds on the board.
Yeah, 5 rounds on an Ancient T-Side, already not too shabby, and you can see the expressions of delight on their faces as they slowly start to regain their own confidence in their own playstyle. And my God, Synopsy, that was just a ridiculous play. And Sceneri landing this second headshot as well. It is as clean as you can be. And as we said, stepped up exactly when he needed, supported the team with a couple of frags, and off the back of it, they certainly win the round.
Look at this as well, complete reshift. But also, Result has re-aggressed A main. That's the bomb drop. Zorta swung in as well. Regon will at least deal with the threat in the back lines, but the kind of intentions of Bad News Eagles have really been presented. All laid out bare. Regon trades on towards Zorta, but Crad, he's still here, he's still fighting, he's burning alive. He does get one. But he stands atop the fire and the flames are at a 2 versus 2. This starts to get really complicated now for BNE.
I'd say more complicated for forZe, if I'm honest. The decision whether or not to send a man into middle, a man over towards A. BNE have got better weaponry. They've got a Molotov to flush out one of these positions as well. The penultimate round of the first half. They want 6. They want to bring this to as close a scoreline as they possibly can. Shelby, though, still sitting patiently in towards Donut. Does find the first, readjusts his position, but GXX is yet to be spotted. Shelby, he might get caught on the retreat, but the timing eludes both players. 30 seconds remain, and Shelby swings at just the right moment. It's a rough one for GXX, but forZe will be very happy with 9 on the board.
Yeah, my goodness me. And that was just the aggression, this time from forZe coming out towards A. Right, Zort's taking the first piece of contact, Result catching them off guard, and from there, the repositions are immediate. forZe, they send everyone over. BNE opt to go for a little bit of a slowdown, but the recommitment into the bomb site that they originally intended to be their final destination. So forZe will take 9. It's taken them a couple of rounds to secure it. Now we're heading to the last round of this first half. Regon, aggressive. In towards the one-way is Crad, also being supported in towards Donut. This is a weird little angle. Game of timing. Shelby not moving a muscle. and will deal with Regon.
Yeah, it doesn't quite fully clear that left side angle, and it will come back to bite him. We've talked about perhaps an underwhelming performance from Cineri. Crad has not been doing too much better. His labored spray in the previous almost cost him the round. Synopsy, though, cost Shalfie his life. And now a 4v4 ensues, but Jerry's got a lot of info. Cineri spotted, but he's not actually seen the bomb. I tell a lie. Good kill from Cineri. And Bad News Eagles are back in the driver's seat for the final round of the half.
Zorta,
timing.
just moves off the angle, to be honest, at the perfect moment. Because it looked like he was dead to rights. More intensity comes in, but that's going to just sell the idea that Crad isn't here. Tucked up close next to this smoke. This could really dictate the round.
Yeah, Crad needs to go big here. Needs to find a multi-frag to get them out of dodge. Cineri already pushed up. The Russian is none the wiser. It was quite the map for Entropiq, and Crad needs quite the play, but only a single kill. Result now left with the dirty work, the cleanup duties. Picks up one. Now the youngster needs to win out a clutch. He said he was feeling confident about this event. He said he wanted to farm some stats. Well, now is the perfect opportunity. Two isolated duels, a great wallbang spam. Not quite enough for the frag, though. And that bomb timer is still ticking, Brandon.
There it is. And you've also got this, like, bait and switch setup. Result, as soon as he moves out, he does get the first, but there's one flat stroke with the swing. BNE secures 6 rounds on their T side, a very recoverable one. After forZe are up to a really electric start. Very impressive of how they dug deep and clawed 6 rounds back. It gives them a lifeline to work with as a side swap at the half.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be so much more dominant for forZe there than just a 9-6 half, but this means the second map will continue to be egregiously competitive. I could not honestly tell you at this stage who I think will win it out. Still a firm possibility that Bad News Eagles can steal away the pick of their opponent, sorry. No, their own map pick. I'm lying to you, of course. Yeah, Overpass was their actual pick for a little while coming into this year in the online season. Again, I believe they picked it against Eternal Fire, which is why it was so maddening that they almost lost it despite the 13-2 lead at the half. Yeah, coming up against forZe here, you can tell tensions are running high. forZe want to get this closed in two because they still have their RMR closed qualifiers this evening.
Yeah, definitely want to try and do it in 2 maps. Been a long day for both of these teams. And obviously, well, what's the line here with this best of 3? Winner will advance straight through to playoffs, and they don't need to battle through that decided game best of 3. You just want to kind of do it the easy way. You don't want to have another one to play, surely not.
I mean, it's a pretty brutal lower bracket, however way you look at it. As much as Honorous might not quite be up to the standard of the rest of the teams here, you still don't want to come up against them on a good day. When Sobol, Sami, and Raiko are fragging at their full potential, they've taken many a scalp to Vitaly as Shalfie looks to do just that to Synopsy. Can't quite get it over the line, though, as those odds are looking far more favourable now for BNE.
Synopsy, more damage. In fact, even through the wall. That is ridiculous. Didn't realise the dual Berettas packed that much of a punch. When you got Mustang and Sally at your disposal, I suppose. They can deliver quite the killing blow. forZe just want to reset back in. They want to take the fight right up against Synopsy and the dual Berettas. Meanwhile, one Flatcher's having a little bit of trouble at the ramp. There strikes Zorta, and here strikes Crad, but Regon is there holding middle.
Yeah, nice kill again there from the Swiss. Oh, and one Flatcher on a swivel. Zorta finds another, though, but Zorta swiftly removed. Leaves just Jerry in a 1v3. Bomb will actually be planted here, so fair enough, they get some plant money. And the dual Berettas are deadly, because 2 guns are better than 1. As Jerry finds 2, it's all down to Rigon, but Rigon ruins the fun. Oh, it was almost a gorgeous clutch from the IGL of forZe, but the tenure doesn't quite count for enough in that one. As Rigon shuts it flat.
Very nice try, but how close can you be? The IGL puts the team on its shoulders, taps away with the dual Berettas scavenged off Synopsy. When he does this to kick off the proceedings, it still gets thrown into a 1 versus 1 BNE. And that might be the first pistol round that they've won in the series.
Yeah, they've let a couple of them elude. I think they might have won one on Overpass, in fairness.
No, wait, you're right. I don't think they have. It took them a little while, but hopefully that gives them a glimmer of confidence. As now they have a far superior buy, but forZe, they've bought up themselves. They got 4 Tech 9s, a Deagle, and some Util as they stack up outside A halls.
That's a cool smoke by Resort off spawn. It's a lurk dribble smoke in towards B. It's keeping Teneri and Juan Flatro anchored, but it might not matter if Regon just swings on and deals the damage. Follow up with the grenade. Left, right, good night. forZe sent scrambling.
Yeah, nice team kill assist there as plenty of damage dealt by the Tech 9s into the backs of their own charge. Zorta and Shalfie now. The last remnants of this forZe charge of the Light Brigade. They go too soon, they walk straight into the artillery. And with that, there's only going to be 1 round separating these 2 teams. Bad News Eagles all too keen to get straight back into this series. Took a very tough loss on that opening map, but they've all but regained their confidence now. As that timer ticks on down. Shalfie still here with Zorta, but not for very much longer. Hello, GXX on the hot swap. Zorta 1v3, but still a bridge too far as Juan Flatro whips his head clean off and puts 8 on the board for the Kosovar squad.
And now, I don't need to remind you, Tom, but I will anyway, that forZe didn't look that good on their T side of Overpass. So we're talking about the capitulation of Bad News Eagles, the fact that they kind of squandered their advantage as the side swapped over. But they were putting that advantage because forZe could only muster 4 rounds on that T side. And if the series is going and just following in the same trend, then maybe 6 rounds on the T side could be more than enough for BNE.
I mean, yeah, they look to equalise in this one. Only a hero rifle for Shalfie. And Synopsy, well, Jerry, hello. Doesn't recognise where the A1S bullets are coming from. It's a nice trade from Result. Manages to stick a reload as well. But yeah, Bad News Eagles, they've got the man advantage. They've got the positioning. They've got the sights on lockdown. And they've also got a flank in the form of Regon. That's the bomb. Oh, hello. It gets a bit messy for a second. But yes, that is still the bomb dropped. And Ceneri will not clear his corners because that's a ridiculous position for Shalfie to camp in. Result finds another kill. And hold on a minute here, Brandon. We could have a round on our hands.
Yeah, it gets a little bit weird, especially because they're 2 1 versus 1s. Shalfie with another. GXX. He might know that the bomb was dropped in towards middle. He's got a good idea of where both of these T's reside as they group up in towards red. It's actually GXX to just tuck himself into the corner, but Result clears. forZe steal away around.
Oh, and listen to the screams as well from the young guns of forZe. That was 4 Tech 9s and a Desert Eagle, Brandon, if I'm not mistaken, coming into that round. And as much as Jerry gets absolutely flummoxed in middle, yes, that was a 2 versus 4 that they win on out, and they do it in a dazzling fashion. Great stuff there from Shalfie and Result. As that is quite the way to pluck double digits. Now Bad News Eagles, it's 3 Deagles for themselves. An A1S and a Scout. It is by no means the cleanest of buys.
No, that one really hurts to lose. And that's a difficult stumbling block added to the multiple obstacles that Bad News Eagles have to try and overcome here in the series. And that one's just a maker of their own undoing. It's the 1 versus 1s that they're also keen to take, as so often you see them provide in a series. Now Regon has been removed. Synopsy just on the cusp of the Molotov. Can't find a thing either. Result's entries have been potent all series long, and forZe completely overrun A.
Yeah, very solid stuff here from the T side as Shalfie decapitates Ceneri, blinded. Doesn't get to see his executioner. Blindfolded by the smoke fail. Now GXX and Juan Flatro, well, there's not a chance in hell of them winning this round. GXX still holding quite an aggressive line. Might want to try and hold on to that Scout and armor because it's all he'll have in the next round. They can potentially go for another Scout A1S Eagle bite. They've saved over enough weaponry for it. As that bomb timer ticks on down, forZe don't really give a damn what will come into the next round. They'll be ready for it regardless. They've got a full bite, and they've got a 3-round lead.
Interesting conversation point as well to bring up is that Crad is having a little bit of an off series, right? Didn't really arrive and announce itself on the server in Overpass, and now on Ancient, all his team are stepping up. Their kill distribution was within 1 kill of each other, I think. But Crad is really having a difficult start to life in Malta on this first day here of the CCT LAN final. Tactical pause being called in by BNE, but he's the player. If anyone, you thought that he was going to, rise to the occasion, it would be Crad, and Result would be the one struggling a little bit, but no, it's the other way around. Devil Walk saying, we got this, guys.
I was going to say, charming words from the coach there, but I honestly couldn't tell you whether or not they do. Obviously, you need that confidence to pull yourself through a tough scenario like this. Yeah, the likes of BNE, they've gone into another tactical pause. They need the wise words of their coach, and this time when Flatcho is far from smiling. Again, sweat beating on the brows of these players. The Kosovar squad, they've got a lot going for them, but after losing that round to just the Pistols, it really was a harrowing way to ebb into the midst of that second half. Now, a quick technical pause, a swift round reset. I believe we had a cheeky disconnect, but that should all be solved now. Yeah, regardless, much stronger buy here for forZe. They look to be the first onto 12 and put 4 between them and the Bad News Eagles.
Getting a little bit of confirmation that Devil Walk does in fact com to BNE in English.
I mean, I'd be quite impressed if he knew Kosovar.
Yeah. We're impressed if BNE knew Swedish.
It's a handy language to have. Quite an esports focused country. You can almost speak Danish with it. Or maybe not according to S-Attack, but that's a different conversation for a different day, Brandon. As Jerry convulges onto middle.
Ooh, Juan Flatro, this is aggressive. He's ahead of the utility. Great flashbang, but Jerry's fully blind. Just adjusts to it anyway. Doesn't even need to see his opponents this time. Juan Flatro falls, and that's the only rifle. Synopsy looks to try and recover it, but he's being held by Crad. This is, again, another round that's just completely fallen apart in the back of 20 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, GXX is fast on the road, say, begging for a kill with his scout here, but already BNE locked out of the round. And I mean, I can't imagine the 1x bet odds are particularly favourable for them at this point. Rigon, lovely 1D onto Crad, who is still having a miserable series. 0.33 KD at the moment. Shelfie stabilises though. And Scenari, I mean, with just a USP, he can afford to keep on fighting. But GXX needs that armor, needs that scout come the next round, because again, the money's a little all over the shop. And oh, the spray catches GXX too, forcing him further back into the fray. Yeah, I suppose now that I have a spare moment, I'm going to take that back. GXX, no time to spare in getting out of this scenario. Shelfie spins on him from the backlines, and forZe, they do find themselves on 12 rounds, Brandon.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a series of momentum, right? It feels like all of these rounds are being won in conjunction with another. And now you've got Juan Flatro, the hero rifle, just being set up for a pop flash play in towards mid. I'm not the biggest fan of it. I would like to have seen him maybe with pistols just behind him. Maybe the pistols take the first contact and he's there on cleanup duty to try and provide a little bit more opportunity. No, instead it's, again, individualistic from BNE. And forZe just completely delete him out the server.
Well, they even could have gone for the off-angle boost, but we'll get back to that in a second as Result. Peppered on down by Util early doors. That's a nice start for the likes of BNE. Already putting the young gun down to 50. He's been quite promiscuous with his entry fragging. We know he's a very capable player, but Rigon and GXX not willing to let mid-presence be stolen away from them again. They might just have a freebie onto Crad here. GXX, will he swing this corner? Might not have to, as Crad just presents himself on a silver platter, and with that, forZe playing with a disadvantage, but that's swiftly traded away by Jerry. A lot of damage done in return, but the IGL top fragging the server with Shelfie and Zorta. It's looking pretty nifty for the Russian side. Can't quite say the same for perhaps Scenari and GXX.
Very deep angle being adopted as well by Zorta. Juan Flatro just fighting through middle. Deals with Jerry, who is at the top of the sheets. And that was out towards Caves. Now ground can be taken towards Shelf. Reposition for forZe, resetting off the back of. He's also not finding any contacts. And Opsy transitions over, as does the rest of the forces for Bad News Eagles. They're ready and prepared.
Yeah, out come forZe. Straight into the open arms of a Synopsy spray down. Lovely stuff from BNE. And they immediately stabilize. A little bit more confidence coming through for the Kosovar squad now. They're amping themselves up again as Fierce still looks very unimpressed in the backlines of the forZe side. But yeah, it is going to be a tough slog to close out this second map for forZe.
Yeah, he's just vibing, isn't he? He's like, yeah, it's fine. 3 rounds deficit, we're on... Well, 3 rounds the advantage, we're on T side. It's okay, don't need to call a pause just yet. Now, look at this change up. Aggression in towards middle again for Bad News Eagles. But this time, they're taking the fight straight to Krad, and he falls early yet again.
When was the last time we saw Krad on land? Because the only one I can remember is the Stockholm Major. And I'm sure he must have done something since then. As a result, there's something rather painful done under him. He's down to 32 points of health again without seeing his opposition. But the most painful thing of all is that 6 in 20 stat line. And one Flatro, oh, he's about to make it even worse for Xiaofi and Resolve. This is a miraculous gameplay from the CT side here. Barely taking a lick of damage in return. And Zorta and Jerry, an older duo here on this squad, just completely locked out of any eventuality.
And that's the power of taking middle early. It just allows so much more freedom. Juan Flatcher now becomes a little bit more confident because he can take these swings on towards Cave. He can start spamming because he's got the support in from middle to help him out in case his position gets a little bit under siege. Zorta now peeking in. Does deal with Scenario, but there's the immediate swing from GXX, and he dispatches Jerry. That's an AWP that can be recovered for BNA.
Good lord. Well, Juan Flatro enjoying the BM here.
BME.
Deary me, Brandon. And you call my joke strained. Regardless. Bad News Eagles straining their necks to claw their way back into contention here. They've made it to double digits. And forZe, they have now called that, I'd say, elusive tactical timeout. Whether it's off the back of Jerry or the coach here. I say it's definitely needed to break up this CT side of momentum. Yeah, they don't quite have enough money for guns across the board, so this will give them some time to sort themselves out, Brandon. Or will we be seeing another forZe buy coming through?
Double AWP for the CT side is a very interesting thing to consider as well, because I don't think we've really seen too much of Bad News Eagles double AWP, especially not on Ancient, right? You go up against Tech 9s, I mean, Zorza has a Glock, so, I mean, he's not going to do too much. But maybe he can set his team up for success. Plenty of utility in this one, and I think they're trying to take this B bomb site, maybe a little bit of extended contact from Xiaofi over towards A, and then a full execute on B.
Yeah, they're playing games with Bad News Eagles here. But GXX, he's more than happy to chime on in. Rolls the dice, catches Restalt. Does he see the back of Jerry? Not quite. That nade sees the back of him, though. And Rigon, it's just an absolute farm. Last alive, poor old Zorta, as he said, with just a Glock. Unlikely he'll get much done. I feel like a 1 versus 4 clutch is very much out of the question here.
Please don't save the Glock.
It would not be a very good idea. He's got one singular Molotov in his back pocket. Honestly,
oh, it's not worth it.
He's doing an existence timeout. We'll give him that. He's just chilling in spawn, letting Jerry speak some firm words in his ear. As he now is starting to concern me slightly. But again, the more time he sits here, the more time they have to talk.
I think, again, also the play could be that he waits until like 10 seconds and tries to get a bomb plant. That's the angle. That's the narrative I'm going with. The issue you've got is that, oh, it's not going to happen. So do you know what? We're going to take 18 seconds here. We're going to watch Zorta give this one a go. AK recovered, and now that might be a potential opportunity. But Scenario's right here, as too is GXX. Zorta thinks better of it. Starts to give away the audio, and yeah, will fall to his demise.
Yeah, with that Bad News Eagles, they are within a single round of equalising with forZe. It's been 2 games of, I suppose not quite in the same way as the Overpass, but a game of 2 halves within halves. forZe, an 8-1 start, now sit 12-11, as they just about closed out the first half in their favour. Only picking up 3 T rounds so far, though. Bad News Eagles, 5 to their name. Still not favoured Either one expect odds, that is fair enough. forZe do have the first map behind them. But again, their CT side is behind them, and they've already demonstrated that is where they are significantly stronger. Can forZe successfully take mid control here at least?
Yeah, retake in towards mid. It's going to be an A split on the cards right now. Synopsy going to be under a lot of pressure, but Crad, again, the trade space, and it just isn't there for forZe. Jerry will eventually pick up the pieces, and that's going to incentivize forZe to give this one a look in, but you take a look at Regon, tucked in. Now falls back, significant damage with the HG. Flashbangs raining on through. He looks to try and stop forZe. They can even enter, but Resort's taking a lot of ground towards this A bomb site. But look at the bomb. The true intention of forZe is to try and hit B.
Yeah, one Flatro though. He's just found an empty B lane. Jerry, I don't think he's given up his position. He's sitting down in the boxes in middle. GXX though, oh, he's more than happy to give up his as Rigon. It's a cheeky frag in the back of Shelfie, and now with those two kills coming through, there's a rotation back over towards B, especially now as Jerry strikes. It's a big kill, but Zorta needs to go bigger. They've still got Scenarii in the backlines to deal with. Util starts to rain on over. It's a great flashbang. Zorta fully blinded there as he now tries to bludgeon his way onto the bomb site. 30 seconds remain. It's a 2v4. Another great shot from Zorta. He's been the most consistent, it feels like, in the server today as Rigon jumping around the corner. Another quick scope to Vitali. The double op set up on a retake is going to find 4 frags. And by goodness, only one more round needed for Bad News Eagles to steal away forZe's lead.
Of course, it's Regon. It's so aggressive. Firstly, look at this reposition here. Just completely finds and catches out Shelfie. And you know then that the double AWP setup is in play. And it's the reserved nature of GXX going for these peaks, a measured approach. And Regon's just like, sure, I'll just run through the smoke or try and catch off guard forZe. Because best case scenario, I get a kill. Worst case scenario, I create more space and more leverage for my team to exploit on the retake. Another timeout being called by forZe, their lead completely crumbling.
They really are just playing with the confidence of puggers at this point, and I suppose that is the tactic that this Bad News Eagles side is best known for. It's worked for years for them, especially on LAN. But as forZe take a tactical pause, I mean, the fist bumps are still being dished on out. Result leaves his teammate hanging. Hopefully, Crad will be able to improve his individual performance to stop the tide of Bad News Eagles overtaking them now, as he still sits 6 in 22.
Yeah, it looks like he's seen a ghost. Certainly shooting at them.
Not at the best of accuracy in this series, I'll give you that.
Saw the new Glock on the floor as well.
Pretty snazzy.
There's going to be a quick little pop in towards A. Regon try to take first contact. GXX is here as well. Double AWP setup on A to try and disrupt forZe on the way in. Okay.
What is Rigon
sure.
doing?
That's completely fine, Regon. Why not? 2 quick kills. It's quick scopes. It isn't even no scopes. The audacity.
It's unbelievable. And he's doing it against pistols as well. That is the worst weapon to do that against pistols with. But he just does not care. He eventually goes down. He's 20 in 20 now with Zorta. He might have 20/20 vision, but goddamn is he flattened.
Zorta was aiming at the player running at him, and he kills the player in donut.
It's unlucky. It is what it is, Brandon, but it is also 13 rounds on the board to Bad News Eagles. After Rigon does that, he plays up close in a smoke with not his sidearm, but the actual AWP, and lands 2 ridiculous quickscopes. He's playing with more confidence on the AWP than GXX is right now. It just doesn't make sense.
Oh, hello, 4B setup, double AWP leaning there as well for BNE.
Why not? Are
they taking the fight down here? Not with the snipers. Instead, it's deep grenades dropped in towards B. Ramp doesn't do a lick of damage on towards forZe. But Jerry has got good control. Potentially could try and worm his way in towards K, but GXX is holding.
We need something here from forZe. We need an opening. As the flashbang doesn't even open up any territory for Jerry as he ebbs his way ever closer to Jaguar. He's so patient. He's just hoping, praying for an overextension as mid-cubby's cleared on out. They still got to deal with Synopsy, though, who's had a massive resurgence here. Waits patiently in towards Donut, still smoke in hand. Does give up the fact that he is still positioned there, but GXX finds himself in quite the nightmare position. Doesn't give a damn. Result will fall. Oh, and there's no trade spacing. I thought GXX had the head of another. But instead, Shelfie eats a nade and still a 5v4 for B&E, with even more disadvantage plaguing the forZe side.
Yeah, good flash. However, you're now looking to reset in towards Donut, and Synopsy's been here the entire time. Spam not connecting. A Crad falls, and so too does Jerry. And everything is just completely falling apart for forZe. It's just Zorta versus 4. He will get 1, but GXX with another BNE looking revitalized on the CT side of Ancient.
I'm pretty sure Cran hasn't had a kill since he was on 16 deaths, Brandon. He has had zero impact at all for the entirety of this second half. We need Cran to do something, anything. His teammates are poking him with a sharp stick, trying to get him to do something. But it appears it's not going to be enough regardless. Bad news, Eagles, they find 14. And again, the stress creeps into forZe. Result eating his words a little bit about stat padding endeavors. He has been delivering, but just not quite enough to push them over the finish line. Another tactical timeout called by forZe. This will be the last one they can afford to expend, as tensions continue to rise on the server between these two teams.
Yeah, it's going to be really set up for an explosive finish. Last chance saloon for forZe, potentially on Ancient. And it's just the, not even the aggression really being set by BNE. It just feels like forZe are running into their crossfires one by one. Now we've got another variation of a stack. This time it's 3 players in towards mid, and Crad, oh, that's just rough. 3 points of health. No chance really for a say into this round.
Yeah, I mean, he's just being bludgeoned back and forth. A constant barrage as his KT continues to dwindle. Scenario, though, dwindles down the health of those B-ramp attackers, drops a Molotov down. When Flatro capitalizes, Synopsy, a great spat of aggression. At least Shelby gets a double trade, but honestly, it's effectively a 1v3. Crad has had, oh, yeah, he's been spotted already. Nice little bit of a background lurk. Ebbs his way in towards Temple.
Okay.
And by God, Crad actually gets a kill. I guess it is now a 2 versus 2.
This gets a little bit weird. Scenario's hit a nice time in here where you can just worm his way through in towards Temple. Smoke's being lined up, but I don't know, this is interesting. Flashbang through Scenario, you imagine he's not going to try and deny the bomb right now. He's going to wait for the rotation of Juan Flatro. Bomb planted for Crad.
And unfortunately, Crowd is now left in a 1 versus 2. They smoke him out. They spam him down. Smoke, has that actually landed properly? I'm not entirely sure that it has. Either way, it's a 1v2. You could tickle Crowd and he'd keel over and die. The bomb's being stuck. Juan Flatro's got it done. Crowd doesn't even fire off a single bullet. And his lack of impact continues to plague this, well, poor forZe roster.
Galil being saved over at the very least. But yeah, you can see on the replay, look, he does well, right? To give credit to him, because he takes the space out towards A. He gets the kill onto GXX, but the entire repositions and Shalfi is just too far away for them to fully capitalize upon it. And because Crad has such low HP, he can't push the issue further. He can't take more space out towards spawn. And as a result, it just means that BNE can reconvene and recapitalize upon the situation. 1 round away from let's go into that decider map of Mirage.
We have unfortunately been informed, though, with 1 round to go, we've had a PC crash, Brandon. So we will be waiting for this technical pause to slowly ebb its way on through, and to make it even worse, it's on the side of forZe, the side that needed something, a lifeline, but not a PC crash at this late stage of the game. That's really going to take their heads out of this endeavor.
Yeah, that is the less than ideal timing for forZe, but the worst bit about it is because it's a technical, you can't really speak, right? So you just got to sit there in silence and just drink it in. We can take a look at the highlights, though, as this one runs down in. Again, a tale of 2 CT sides. The attack is really not very good for both forZe and Bad News Eagles. But it's a testament to the defense as well, and the mental resilience for both of these sides.
Yeah, certainly so. Bad News Eagles doing onto forZe what was done unto them in the previous first to find 15, and they've got 3 rounds to close on out here. If I'm not mistaken, forZe's economy is less than dandy. They do have at least that one saved over rifle. But again, the man saving it over waited far too late to have any impact in this map, in this series, really. He did have his moments, in fairness, on Overpass, but I cannot point out a single crad moment to you here on Ancient other than the round just gone by.
Got to talk about the recruitment, though, of Jerry and the trust the organization placed in him, because Result looks to be a very solid prospect for the future. And he's already showing against like the tier 1.5 teams. That's where I placed Bad News Eagles. That's where I placed the likes of some of the other heavy hitters in this tournament, right? He likes ENCE, likes Spirit. Yet to see him obviously against that level of competition, but it's a good little litmus test, as Alan put it quite eloquently, especially for forZe. So they are delivering a really good series here against Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, they certainly are. There's only 7 world ranks between these two teams, but it'd be an
Devil Walk also just looks less concerned than he did at the start of the game when the forZe were winning in such a dominant manner. Where does Mirage go?
I feel like Mirage, off the back of Bad News Eagles' momentum and their former prowess on the map, does still go to them. I mean, I suppose my prediction was right. The reverse sweep by Bad News Eagles after forZe take overpass. I don't want to jinx things too much here, Brandon, and I do think forZe still have a chance on Mirage. It is statistically their best map, a 71% win rate, I believe, over 8 maps played or so.
Fist bumps, does that mean that we're going back live?
Maybe.
I hope so.
Not yet.
Oh, not yet.
We do love a good fist bump.
Maybe?
Maybe. We're getting there. We're trying something special, something snazzy. We're clicking on the Windows Start button in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen is what I can tell from this angle, Brandon.
I feel like as well, it's important to kind of just take a step back away from this best of 3. Obviously, the ramifications for this is no one's been eliminated. It's just qualifications through to the playoffs. But there's still plenty more Counter-Strike to bring you. This is just Group A. We've got all of Group B, the opening games, the opening best of 1s, and another best of 3 to show you as we can let the highlights just roll again.
Oh, Brandon, we're going to be here all night with Counter-Strike. I tell you that much for free. I mean, myself and Brandon, it appears we'll be casting one more map of this best of 3 together, but then you've got the likes of Dinko and Henry G to look forward to. We've not seen them since the Flowfire League, but that was a good bit of fun. Actually, speaking of Flowfire League, that was pretty much the last proving ground that Spirit had on a LAN of this caliber, and they absolutely dominated. I think Wonderful had like a 1.58 rating come the end of it. Like, it was ridiculous. And if Bad News Eagles want to come up against the likes of Spirit, then a win here would be a damn solid start.
Yeah, I think Spirit's a really interesting discussion point, and obviously the desk will break that one down. But just looking ahead, I feel like it's important. It's something else to talk about, because I feel like we've kind of exhausted all the narratives for map 2 between forZe and Bad News Eagles. But you've got the likes of Spirit going up against a Sprout that are playing with Barry, their coach. You're going up against Movistar Riders that are looking to their future with their roster change, right? Sassal and Martinez, and you've also got ENCE, who have just benched Valda, and they're now playing with Henu, another academy prospect.
I mean, Henu, this is going to be an absolutely wonderful experience for him, regardless of the outcome. I mean, hopefully it's not like a dominant 2-0 against them both times, but yeah, this is going to be a much-needed learning curve for him. Again, he's got a .99 rating on HLTV, and that is against teams outside of the top 30. He's not played against any top 20 or top 10 teams before, and, well, Team Spirit will be able to offer up some assistance with that one in tandem with the likes of ENCE. I think currently 18th in the world here. Bad News Eagles not too far off from that position either. Bad News Eagles, actually their previous map before this was losing to ENCE 0-2 in the IEM Brazil closed qualifiers, of course not on LAN. Yeah, before those closed qualifiers, they lost 1-2 to 9 in ECL Season 44. On the flip side, forZe, a loss to Illuminar in North Europe here at CCT. It was quite the endeavour, quite the ordeal. Illuminar had a spark of brilliance going through that tournament, losing only in the semi-finals to Astralis. Yeah, but I've got a question for you, Brandon.
Yeah, go on, hit me.
Which Spirit do you prefer, with or without Dexter?
Oh, it's an interesting discussion point. I feel like, look, again, the recruitment, especially for Eastern European teams, is exemplary. And Wonderful is a really promising pickup. Obviously, Dexter is one of those guys that I feel like the natural progression, I feel like the decision for him to move to OG and more into a European team was a very interesting kind of potential, a challenge for him. But I really like the look at this new lineup, especially the fact that Siren and Patsy are starting to fill their shoes. They come from the Spirit Academy project. And yeah, I'm excited to see how they will do here.
Well, I'm excited to see the end of this game as well, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, the PC has bricked it, and so whilst we work on a fix for that, despite us being at a 15-12 scoreline, I know we will be throwing to a short break, and we'll be right back with you in just a couple of moments. See you then. Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back again to Bad News Eagles versus forZe. Apologies for the extended tech delay there. As I'm sure you all saw on the broadcast, they had to carry out the PC and whack in a new one. And these things do take time. Hopefully, that doesn't take a toll on the momentum of Bad News Eagles, though, as they sit 15 to 12 ahead of forZe on their map pick. It was a very risky map pick. Mirage is their safety net. But they got that up next, which is why I'm still convinced the reverse sweep is on the cards here, as that tactical timeout is now expended by the likes of Bad News Eagles. We will be getting into what could be the final round of this second map. Brandon, do you want to start us off?
Devilwalk telling the players just to keep calm, keep patient. One more round, potentially 5 more kills. Jerry, this is very quick. Out towards middle. And deep utility being laid down by Bad News Eagles. Look at this fight. In towards the bottom of the ramp. Juan Flatro starts off the Proceeders. This going very well for Bad News Eagles with another crad hits the deck. Jerry will at least trade one back. We got the celebratory music, but we're not there quite yet.
No, not quite yet indeed. 4 versus 3 ensues for BNE. Someone's getting a little ahead of themselves as forZe, they get a bit ahead of themselves as they push through the double doors there towards B lane. Both of them cut on down, and that was actually a team flashbang that resulted in the death of Reself there. Again, there's a lack of cohesion, and clearly they're frustrated, tired. It's been a long best of 3 already, and there will be another map on the cards, it looks like. Bomb still sits towards the back of double doors here. Towards the boxes of Scenario and Juan Flatro ensure they haven't been rear flanked. Jerry still in towards Jaguar, with the only trade frag of the round so far. Will he be the difference maker again? As Juan Flatro finally spots out the IGL and does not get away with his life. 3 versus 3 here then, close upon the B bomb site, and Brandon Scenari has quite the tall order on his hands with 30 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but no utility.
Oh,
And it's actually a flash from BNE. Synopsy nearly sets up Scenari for success, but in fact, Synopsy just going to slide back in, out towards long, the incendiary, it's perfect, and now Jerry is just thrown into a 1 versus 2.
Smoke deployed, but Jerry, he tries to bait out some shots as he jumps through it. Successful at least in that early endeavor, but now the main problem is, well, he's got to spam the wall, which is not the most reliable of spams, and with that, they've done it. Bad News Eagles, it will be 16 to 12. After a bit of an extended tech break there, but a masterful comeback after being 6-9 down at the half. Again, it's been a tale of 2 CT sides, Brandon. As well, we now go on to Mirage, which I do think will be a lot more of a close endeavor.
Yeah, for sure, and how much will that tech pause really affect forZe going forward? We now head to Mirage, as you quite rightly said. That's the final stage and the final battleground for this best of 3. As we let the highlights roll just for a second in round number 28, as Juan Flatro does incredible work. Jerry looks to recover the damages here, but once this Molotov really splits the difference here, it's all BNE from there.
Yeah, and on that note, Brandon, I think it might well be time for us to throw things back over to the analyst desk so they can break down that wild second map of our first best of 3 of the day.
Oh,
hello,
yeah.
that's us.
Maybe in a sec.
Hi. Well, apparently we're the analyst desk for a sec. No, it's back on.
There we are.
There we are.
It is coming to
We
us,
made it.
guys. It is here, live and alive. And BNE, talking about things that stay alive, they indeed fulfill that criteria. 1-1 now after winning out on Ancient. They managed to pull off the full reset after Overpass.
Did indeed, and I actually thought towards the end of that first half and going into second, I thought forZe going to close that out. They look really confident. Their team
At
side.
1 point near the end, not quite at the end, it looked like maybe forZe could put it over there, but Alan, what happened, mate?
They lost 8 rounds in a row, pal, and couldn't get anything done.
That'll do it.
The wheels just totally came off. I mean, credit to Bad News Eagles. I think they played a really good CT side. For me, they are a much better CT team anyway than a T team, but I think forZe would be really disappointed to not have at least taken that to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, they just stalled out completely.
Yeah.
We saw a little bit towards the tail end as well. forZe let go of their lead on that CT side. If they were able to just continue to stomp down, I think we could have seen it. That was my big win condition for them. They didn't quite accomplish that, and then, we saw that second half there. Didn't really matter. I don't think about that tech pause. We kind of knew which way that was unfolding.
Yeah, absolutely. Guys, some good performances there by Rigon, Synopsy, Juan Flatro. We've got our highlights up on screen now. Do you think we did see, because we were hoping to see some more cohesion, perhaps the Devil Walk effect coming in for Bad News Eagles? Do you think we saw that across Ancient for Bad News Eagles?
Yeah,
Alan?
for sure. And I think actually on like the player cams and stuff, it was actually quite encouraging just to see more energy from them. They were so much more animated in the first map, especially when they were losing. It was all Devil Walk. He was just screaming at them, and he was just showed it all on his face. But actually in that second map, they were much more confident. I guarantee you they were coming way better just by having more energy and bringing more to the actual game. So yeah, it was on all levels from Bad News Eagles. That's what I'm used to seeing with this team is being explosive, being aggressive, and yeah, they're right back at home.
Eagles were flying. Eagles
Maybe.
were flying, right?
Fly Eagles fly.
Fly Eagles fly. Where's that from?
That's the Philly team.
Oh,
Philadelphia Eagles.
Oh, the Philadelphia Eagles. That's what
That
they
just
say.
lost
There
the
we
Super
go.
Bowl.
Oh, okay. Oh, they just lost Super Bowl. That's unfortunate. Anyway, yeah, we've still got our
Like,
highlights going across our screens right now. If there's anything else that you'd like to talk about Ancient, now's the time, because otherwise we can move on to looking ahead to the decider map of Mirage.
I will say, actually, I think forZe, they started off really strong. I was so impressed by Jerry in that first half. He plays in towards Jaguar and towards the cave area. And he was, as an individual player, people underrate Jerry quite a lot. He's actually a pretty good player. If he wasn't calling, he could be a fine player on a top kind of team from this region. So I thought he played great. Shalfie was brilliant as well. And Result, this kid, he surprised me so much. I barely knew anything about him before this tournament, I've got to be honest. I haven't seen him play in other teams before, but he seems to be right up to speed. He seems calm, confident, and he's getting his numbers.
I think the big trend right now is just diving into that VP Prodigy team and getting whatever talent you can find, and they're just immediately out of the gates really good players. We saw it with Aurora and Latic, and then now Result as well. He's just coming into it, cool, calm, and composed. And I gotta say, again, he continues to perform throughout this series. A little bit disappointed with Crad. He didn't really show up. I said coming into this one that you don't have to worry about this guy because he's going to have that experience. He's going to deliver. He just got smoked on that
Was he
side.
getting shut down in particular by BNE, or was it just an off game? I know it's quite hard to extrapolate, but is there anything that stood out to you about what could have happened to Crad?
There was one moment that really stood out to me. It was on the T side, and they kept fighting mid really hard with forZe and kept losing it. And Crad was going out on his own trying to make plays, and it was kind of like maybe he needs to take a step back and kind of realize that I am having a really bad game. The best thing I can do is just stay alive and help my teammates out. And I think it's fair to say he got a little bit flustered. I mean, kind of the scoreboard points and up to that, I think, Parla.
Yep, scoreboard up on screen now. forZe on the right, Bad News Eagles on the left. As already mentioned, Rigo and Synopsy on Flatro doing a lot of the heavy lifting. And forZe, yeah, Jerry and Zortin, Shalfie too. Even Resort had his moments. It just, Crad was the piece of that puzzle that was not connecting.
Everyone has 80 DAR. That's a good game, right? If you finish with
that's
80
true,
DAR,
actually,
you're looking
completely
good.
split between those top 4 players for forZe.
Yeah, that's really good. Again, I think if Crab was able to level it up, I do think he was getting shut down quite a bit, but like Alan said, he's just going for a lot of these aggressive plays. And then we saw him on the T side, one of those late round scenarios. He got a big kill even though he was on like 1 HP, so could have really elevated the game if he was giving himself chances to actually activate later in the rounds as opposed to trying to get those early starts.
All right, Alan and Cole, let's start looking ahead to Mirage. We've seen Overpass go to forZe 16-13, and Ancient went in the way of the Bad News Eagles. The exact scoreline, I'm just getting it up. It was 16-12, so 2 relatively similar scorelines. Going on from those 2 maps, what are your initial expectations for Mirage?
I have no idea who's going to win this. I've found this series so hard to predict. Even actually during the maps, you keep feeling like one team's going to close it out, and then they seem to stumble. So I think both teams are quite similar, where their ceiling is high. They're really streaky, both of them. They're quite emotional, and it's kind of. I mean, it sounds a bit depressing to say, but I think the team that makes the fewest mistakes is going to win Mirage.
I think across the last 2 maps, streaky is a very good word to describe what we've seen. Big swings, Cole.
Yeah, it's been constant comebacks. It's been actually really fun to watch these 2 teams try and like battle it back and get their heads in the game. We saw, like you said, Bad News Eagles getting really loud at the start of Overpass. They get shut down. They did not say a peep. And I guess that was kind of the same case for forZe there. They were super loud at the end of Overpass, and then they get shut down a little bit throughout that map. And it's really interesting to see. But like you said, it's going to be a tale of who's able to make the less mistakes. I would say on the T side more than anything, because both of these teams have some super solid CT sides.
Yeah, so Alan, would you like to see more from those T sides as well for both teams?
I don't mind forZe's T sides. I think they always call quite simple Counter-Strike. They like to just kind of do these all-in rounds, as I was on about earlier, where Jerry will just call something from spawn, they'll do it together. It's the right way to play with these sort of players. They're quite inexperienced, a lot of them. If you try and default and slow the rounds down, they are going to make mistakes and not communicate properly in these sort of things. So I don't mind the way forZe plays. It's more like we're a bit early in their life cycle, I think, is realistically what we're looking at with them. Whereas on the Bad News Eagles side, it's like now Devil Walk on board. Can we have a structure around our explosive players and our explosive plays? We've seen a little bit so far today, but yeah, we big proving ground this Mirage T side. A lot is going to hinge on that.
Alan and Cole, can I push you for final predictions? Which way is this series going to go when Mirage is said and done?
I think forZe is going to win. I think forZe is the better team, and I think Jerry does call a pretty good game.
Cole?
I'm back in B&E. I really trust in their Mirage, so I think that they're going to close it out.
Thank you, gentlemen, for your thoughts. Everybody at home, third and final map between BNE and forZe coming up shortly. It's Mirage.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are then, that promotion game between forZe and Bad News Eagles. We're here, it's that decider on Mirage. Whoever wins this map will go through to playoffs. Whoever loses, look, they're not eliminated yet. They just have to go through like the lower bracket gauntlet. It's a bit of a test. There's quite a few best of threes I need to get through. So for both forZe and Bad News Eagles, and probably especially forZe, right, they just want to be jumping straight in to the playoffs if they can help it, because obviously they are playing that closed qualifier for the RMR as well.
Yeah, they've, I believe they got a match in under an hour and a half now in
Nice.
that closed qualifier. So if we can speed through this for their benefit, well, I suppose it is down to them on the server right now as they start out on the T side. Now, looking at their stats in the past 3 months, 71% win rate over 7 maps played, 50% T round win percentage as Synopsy wins the opening duel of this last map, decapitating Zorta where he stands, but Crad floods the bomb site with the rest of his squad. Result finds ahead of GXX, follows up onto Sceneri. Result triple entries to B bomb site, but Synopsy, he's not the fighter yet, neither is Juan Flatro. Crad, back of the bomb site, needs to redeem himself for a miserable performance on Ancient, but he's trapped behind the bench, does have plenty of time, but his shots just aren't connecting, and Juan Flatro seals the deal with a 3K in the pistol.
How on earth do you fumble that if you're forZe? You got Result, the most inexperienced player on your side, providing a triple entry kill off the back of Synopsy finding the opener in towards mid. I mean, look at this from Result. He just keeps on going. He just keeps on fighting. And Crad just gets sandwiched between 2 players. Bullets can't connect, even though one player is such low HP. BNE, in all honesty, steal away that round.
Yeah, Resolt's entry pathing was fantastic, just dealing with every fight as they came towards him. Nice smoke as well to isolate that second duel as GXX. Oh, he's just cleaning up shop with the rest of the squad. Sceneri gets some free cash to the tally, and Bad News Eagles, it's 2-0 on their CT side. Now, on the flip side, their statistics, 8 maps played, 75% win rate. They have a very solid CT and T side conversion rate. This is, against all tiers of opposition, Bad News Eagles' best map.
I'll be honest. We take the stats and we throw them out the window from what we've seen for these series so far. All it is that it comes down to that T side, right? If forZe can start to establish some dominance on that T side, that's where they're going to win this game, because it's been a battle back and forth for the defenses. Bad News Eagles, they start off strong. They get the AWP out immediately for GXX. Crad looking to take a little bit of posture in towards mid. You got a jiggle from Scenario as well towards ramp. In fact, that's a very deep scope being taken by GXX. So worried about mid being compromised. Well, in actual fact, it's Palace under a little bit of siege for BNE.
Yeah, so far so good though. They have held off the attack of GXX. It's a lovely frag, and Sceneri gets so much damage dealt. Not quite the kill conversion though. Synopsy's in line for that as Result again, a double entry. The kids 5 in 2 come round number 3. And the AWP is locked completely out of that A-bomb site. Shelfie continues to take further space. The bomb is not planted though. Rigon, oh, he pounces with Juan Flatcho. It's perfect, but Zorta even better. 2 to the tally. 1 versus 1. GXX on the AWP gets it done. And the 50 count ricochets off his cranium to add insult to injury.
But amazingly, again, it's another situation in which BNE bleed a lot of casualties that it doesn't look like they should ever really come down to that scenario, right? You get the burst out towards Palace, Result incredibly low. That's a really nice shot on towards Synopsy, but I don't know. For me, it could have been a little bit more cleaner, right? You've still got the individuals of BNE just swinging every single corner.
Shout out to Zorta for that second kill, though. That was absolutely clean. Sceneri, though, looks to clean up shop towards Palace as they do jump straight out into his crosshairs. That nade's going to be brutal. Down goes Crad early doors. Shelfie follows suit. Well, Flatro's not playing games anymore. He might be smiling in that picture of his. And in fairness, these are the 2 smiliest teams from our intro videos, but Juan Flatro certainly happy with those eco frags. forZe on the flip side, not so much.
Don't want to get too ahead of ourselves, of course, because we've seen this narrative before. We've seen these score lines, and both of these teams get off to red hot starts and then just kind of capitulate in towards the middle of the map. But this has looked a little bit different, and the reason why is because apart from that one round where it was actually the previous, where forZe are able to kind of recover the situation, throw it into like a 1v2, something along that vein, right? BNE have looked really dominant, and you said that this is their best map. They're certainly showing us why.
I mean, they were able to 16-5-9 recently in ESL Challenger League Season 44. They've got a long tenure on this. Even when the servers are tricky, they took it to an overtime versus ENCE 17-19. Lost there as Crowd and Result. They're not losing any sleep over these entries. Synopsy falls second as Regon makes a sound cue. Zorta's alerted to it, but still goes down to the swing from the Swiss. As Result immediately fires on back, and Cineri's caught in a rocky position. That was a very messy frag. He gets it in the end, but Regon 1v3. It does appear to be a bit of a bridge too far here, Brandon.
Oh, nearly with the silent drop. But Krad's aware and does secure 3 kills in the round for Krad. That is incredible impact considering he's had a very quiet series so far. forZe, what a way to immediately get yourself back on the board after a dominant start by Bad News Eagles. Again, lose 1 round, Devil walk straight in the hot seat.
Yeah, Crad, if I'm not mistaken, finished the previous map on what, 7, 8 kills?
About that.
So he's already almost halfway there. Hopefully it won't be forZe living on a prayer. As Bad News Eagles, well, if they take Devil Walk's hand, they could make it, I swear.
Potentially. All the way to playoffs, that's the aim for BNE.
They're after Team Spirit's head, as they alluded to in their pre-game interviews. Seems almost like a lifetime ago.
Yeah, I mean, Eagle versus a dragon.
It's a pretty spectacular storyline. Pretty magical, as is the Counter-Strike that can be delivered by every team in this tournament. I don't think we've seen any massive surprises so far, but this has definitely been one of the most contentious best of threes as GXX immediately deals with Shelfie, who currently sits 006 in tandem with what Result was bringing up on the first map. Synopsy, oh, the under palace position goes unchecked. Gorgeous 2K spray down. Zorta lost alive in a 1v5. Does get a good kill onto Synopsy, but I have a feeling he will not be able to find much more. Yeah, great kill from GXX there.
It's actually Zorta's flash that completely blinds his teammates as they try an entry over towards A.
He's eating a Mars bar.
All right, fair enough. Kind of jealous, to be honest. I wouldn't mind one myself. But yeah, Synopsy just does the rest here. Clean and simple as you like. GXX, he's always hitting that one.
GXX is so hungry for frags, he's literally had to start eating.
Top frag of the last map for forZe, or very much up there, is Jerry, yet to get off the board, as to his Shelfie. We were singing his praises at the end of map 1.
Yeah, I mean, Shelfie was one of the only players really performing in tandem with Jerry in the previous endeavor. Bad News Eagles now heavily favored compared to what we saw earlier. What was it, an 8.85, I believe?
Sounds about right.
As they now snatch away 1.65 to the 2.25. If you want to take advantage of those odds, you can head on over to our partners at 1xBet. Use code CCT for up to €130 of deposit bonus. Please do remember to gamble responsibly. Don't bet if you're under the age of 18. Don't bet more than you can afford to lose. And don't go chasing your losses. Unless, of course, you're forZe here and you're 4 rounds down. An equaliser would be nice for them.
Good spot, GXX on the jump. I think he might have seen Jerry. Now he's just holding. Re-smoking from Connector as well. So much map control being denied at the moment from forZe. And High Flasher is actually just going to take a swing. But as the smoke blooms, Crad will strike GXX. He saw the light catch a little bit of a shadow. I think he's actually spotted the toes of Jerry. It gets a little bit complicated, but for GXX, he does actually reposition in time.
Yeah, those are some valuable toes to be taken.
For free.
For free? As forZe too. They do have the opening advantage, Brandon.
Oh, I like this. GXX trying to get aggressive in towards Connect. It's actually Synopsy that will strike Crossfire. It's long distance, but it's established all the way over in middle. But Resort's found an avenue over towards B. And this gets weird because Jerry, well, he's just on A. He's dealt with GXX, not ready for Cineri. But where's that bomb? It's in Connector. It's been dropped by Regon.
There's no time. Zorta needs to go down here with 10 seconds remaining. There's not a chance to save. And Cineri, well, he's kind enough to deal that killing blow. A cracked cranium. Not the best position to be in on the side of forZe now. God, they're all eating. I'm hungry, Brandon. I'm jealous. As Crad As much as his hunger for frags is being recognized in a better light here on Mirage, not quite been able to translate it into rounds as they currently trail 6-1. But again, we saw on the previous map, 8-1 for forZe, and they still threw that away in the second half.
Slight pause now coming in. Hopefully we can get that one resumed for you momentarily. It's been a very quick and explosive start to life on Mirage, especially for Bad News Eagles on this CT side. And the fact that they are employing variations mid-round, that's something that we've really yet to see from the CT side, and I'm really excited to see that they are actually just getting the double AWPs out early. They really want to snowball themselves into an advantage. I like the layered peak between short and it was the A bomb site, GXX peeking in towards Connector that was setting them up for success. forZe, it feels like they are really struggling to navigate this T side so often as both teams have in this series.
Yeah, I mean, it really, as you already alluded to, been 2 games of CT halves. It is worrying that coming into this caliber of Counter-Strike, they're both struggling so much on their offensive, but at least we get to see it now as we will be straight back into round number 8. Now, Jerry, immediately spurned away by that Molotov as GXX catches wind of a man top middle, keeps his crosshairs eagerly trained. Does dissipate himself backwards into a smoke top mid-control. Yet to be taken by either team. As now there are 2 eyes focused towards Catwalk.
Keep my eye on Result as well in towards the Palace. Potentially could be setting up for a lurk. Found really good openers. Not only towards the A-bomb site, but also on B. My mind casts back to that pistol. forZe slowing down the pace, wanting to all join up in towards mid. Juan Flatro just jiggling. And here, all eyes on Result as he might look for a little bit of a peek out towards Palace.
Yeah, he's going for it. His teammate's been smoked off, though, in Jerry. Jerry doesn't give a damn. He's going to push through regardless, but unfortunately for him, his teammate in Result, the playmaker, has been cut on down, and one flat through. The aggression is perfect. Shelfie falls as well, and Jerry finally removed. He'll be posthumously IGLing as Zorta has to find something. What, Crad?
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Clever.
He walks past Synops, he plays the trigger discipline, and he's just found himself a B bomb site, knows exactly where Rigon is with that AWP. Having said that, though, he is aware of the cross, just needs to find this kill. Rigon misses an opportunity, now pushed upon by 2 Ts. Crowd, this is amazing. It could be the round if they keep their composure. Time is ticking, though. Down to 12 seconds on the clock, and Crad, that is a gorgeous shot onto the head of GXX. Zorta will not be denied the bomb plot by Juan Flatro. But this could be a tall order for BNE.
No utility, limited time, but Crad overextends, and now you throw it in towards Zorta, and he can't quite adjust on towards apartments. He's now just being completely pinched upon, and Crad did so well, but he goes to take even more space away from BNE and pushes straight into the crosshair, and that is forZe's downfall.
Yeah, he thought he'd landed that Palace, or thought he'd landed that apartment shot, which makes it even more rough with the readjustment. Either way, Bad News Eagles, a stellar recovery, and again, courtesy of Juan Flatro's antics. Look at him go. Lovely spray down. He sits quite comfortably on 9 kills to 3 at the moment. Now, Juan Flatro has been the bottom performer across 3 of the past 5 series for Bad News Eagles. This is where he really needs to start coming back into his element. This tournament, he needs to reinvigorate himself on LAN and become the top fragger that this team so badly needs to, again, keep achieving the upper echelons of this tier.
There's some Juan Latro.
Get his delts in whilst he's at it.
Currently chilling just under Palace. No threat really being explored by forZe this time around. Smoking towards window. Releases an incendiary, but GXX passes the first test on towards Jerry. I think he might have spotted the cross, but if he hasn't, that's quite dangerous, especially for Synopsy. There's a player just in the bomb site. They've got no idea, and Result does take full advantage of it. Now GXX smokes off between 2 positions. Rigon gets caught out by Zorta, but there's another sniper waiting in tow.
Yeah, these orbs have been incredibly impactful, but this bomb plant will be too. Zorta gets the digits punched on in. Cannot afford to miss a shot this time, though. And Cineri walks straight into a one-way smoke. Result can't quite convert this blind spray. And Cineri has been afforded space towards garbage now. Great kill onto Result, an unnecessary reswing as Zorta now does have the angle on lockdown, but he's dinked in the process. A single point of health separates him from demise. And Shelfie in the backlines has a lot of covering to do. Juan Flatro covering a lot of ground here. Does see a man towards the apartments, but he's only got to turn the wrong way. Zorta finally falls, and Shelfie quite literally falling from the heavens has done enough. Picks up the 2K, 1 versus 2 clutch, and the pandemonium is only going to continue.
How on earth has Shelfie won that round? He's jumped out the window, he's mid-transition, and he's just found 2 players. That is quite honestly ridiculous from that man. Let's see this again, because it all starts with Result getting that time in. Capitalized upon his teammate's downfall from GXX in towards the apartments, and Shelfie on the swivel. Gets forZe a much needed second round on the board.
It was raining men, and Shelfie delivers. I still can't believe he found that first frag.
No idea.
Juan Fletcher was so confused as well. They just didn't know where they were being shot from. Either way, another tactical pause called by BNE here. Devilwalk looks almost confused as to why it's been called. Oh,
no.
That's a blue screen.
No.
Oh, please. Oh, dear. Oh, cruel Maltese gods, please, no, not another blue screen. This isn't a tactical pause, is it, Brandon?
No, it's not.
Oh, dear. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Well, at least we get a replay.
Yeah, of the half.
Ah, a good half so far, if you're a Bad News Eagles player / fan. Speaking of fans, they might need to install some new ones on those PCs. The overheating problems are rather malicious. As GXX looks to bring the heat in this half. Maybe they should come and join us in Warsaw. They can come say hi to OG whilst they're at it.
On Flatro in mid, looking to say hello potentially to Crad. And the jump shot delivers damage now, 5-7. Cineri, but he makes it work like a rifle. Jerry sliding in towards Sandwich. Zorta with another, and this is falling apart for BNE.
Yeah, finally a solid round from forZe. As Shelfie deals another dastardly double. I mean, we called him out. He was 007 at one point. James Bonding at the bottom of the scoreboard, but now slowly the cries come through. The cheers come in from the forZe side as they look to build up their own confidence and drown out the screams of the Bad News Eagles, and they are a loud bunch.
Good round win, and in consecutive manner as well, and that is going to force the hand of BNE to not dip back into the pocket, but instead to resist temptation. Deagle for Juan Flatro as well as Regon. That is the heaviest investment the CT side have brought forward. Good control in towards mid, but it might not matter too much because forZe, well, they're running up A.
I have never seen Juan Flatro do a full eco. Every single time he has bought a Deagle regardless of economy. And I love the confidence he has in himself and the sidearmers. Juan Flatro, oh my god, he does actually see the planter under the smoke, but doesn't seize the opportunity early enough. Jerry goes down. And the Deagle, again, a worthwhile purchase. Causing far more damage than it does to Juan Flatro's money. GXX, that's a knife kill. Knife kill, do it to him instead. Just spams him down with the USP, but spams down Shelfie too with the AK spray. This is getting out of hand. Crad finds a double. GXX chimes in for another, though. Zorta needs to stop this from falling to pieces. By God, do they have enough time, Brandon? I think they might just have it.
2 Deagles. 2 Deagles for BNE to work with, and in fact, it's the USP of GXX lurking his way around the palace. The comms must be so cluttered for forZe because no one turns around and deals with him.
What have we just witnessed? How the hell does a Sandwich player not deal with Shelfie as well in the switchover? Crad does his best fighting tooth and nail on the bomb site, but Synopsy with a P2000. A P2000 to put that round to a close. 8-3 for BNE now. And that is possibly the most egregious round loss we have seen all day, Brandon.
That is less than ideal. Crad sliding in towards top mid. Trying to get a kill, potentially onto Synopsy towards short. Not revealing his position just yet. As B&E laid down a barrage of utility straight in towards mid. There goes Crad. Feeling a lot more in his element here on the T side.
Yeah, but T-Side and Mirage is a very different ballpark to the T-Side to the other two maps of this series. Result find another opener. So despite the heroics of Bad News Eagles in the previous round, they do still let the actual rifle round slip through their fingers, which is another thing that amazes me about Counter-Strike. You can have a P2000, 2 USPs and 2 Ds and win a round, but when you have the opportunity to seize the follow-up with full guns in your portfolio, it just tends to slip through your fingers.
Hello.
Oh, hi. How's it going? That's a nice trophy you got there. You're my trophy, Brandon.
Thanks, man.
No worries.
Little insight into the casting desk. I can't sit still. I have to stand up.
I have to sit at awkward angles.
Synopsy Mag 7.
Okay, I'm here for it. Oh, dearie me. Saucer was there for an entry frag, instead gets shattered to pieces.
Entreed.
He gets entreed indeed. He was the entree, Brandon. It was very sad.
Maybe Jerry could offer up a little bit more of a delectable snack for Synopsy on this Mag 7. Potentially room for a few more. Resol. Oh dear. Oh no. Jerry will trade at the very least. And that is the B-bomb site opened up. B&E were defending it with a single shotgun.
A very, very bold attempt at a solo hold. The shotgun does at least deal a killing blow to one, but in this 3v3 now, the retake so far not looking fantastic, but Rig on a swift trade. Crad, though, clings on. And GXX, no. Oh, that was very ambitious. I respect the effort, but 5 on the board for forZe now, and that's possibly the most elated I've seen Jerry all day.
Good reason to be as well. 8 rounds to 5, and this looked like it was spiraling out of control. But for forZe, they really have recovered. And that's especially after going down the man deficit. Jerry keeps on pushing the issue. Crad is still performing to an exceptional pedigree. It's more what we expect out of him, and it has taken him to the decider map to show that strength, show why he's been picked up by forZe. But right now, he's proven it.
Is this a replicatable endeavor, though? Can Bad News Eagles win on just 2 Desert Eagles for the second time in a row?
Seen it happen.
I think that would probably crush forZe more than anything else today. Molotov in towards connector. Jerry buys himself a bit of space, but oh, Synopsy. It's a good start. It's a very clean one-tap onto Jerry. Zorta trades things back, though. Can't allow that rifle to slip into the hands of the CT side. As Rigon, oh, he wants so much more than a rifle. Oh, he wants so much more, but he won't be afforded it. Crad and Shelfie a frag apiece. And it is worrying that I have to hype up around with just 2 Deagles this much, due to the inconsistency of everything in this best of 3.
For sure, but forZe will recover. They'll put it back, and they make sure that they don't stumble and fumble their way through an eco setup. It's quite dominant. It's only 1 casualty, and to be fair, that's a great shot.
I didn't even see the man. That's ridiculous. From top of ticket as well to the bottom of connector. That's almost outside the Deagle's one-tap range, Brandon. Regardless, 8-6 now. forZe could make this an 8-7 half. And it really, I don't know how we've quite gotten to this point. I mentioned earlier how it was an 8-1 scoreline to forZe in the previous map before it came back to a 9-6 half. Bad News Eagles look to again do the same, but Crad's not interested. He finds another opener. And where the hell was this Crad for the previous 2 maps? He could have played at least half as good on the map of Ancient. And forZe likely would have done it in 2. Scenari, though. Glad that Crad is only now just showing up. It's their lifeline they're working with. The Scenari yet to be spotted. This forZe Palace waterfall starts to trickle on through, and that's a lovely opener from Jerry.
GXX. It's again all contact in the server right now. But still, the player advantage resides with forZe, and there's Crad sneaking through from short. GXX and Opsy just basically watching on, innocent bystanders at the moment in the round, but Zorte will fail. GXX and Result trying to follow suit on towards Synopsy. They do line up. It's a bit of a mess, but Crad is there to secure 8-7 the half from a, well, nearly a down-and-out turbulent situation for forZe. They were 7-1 down.
It's ridiculous how this has happened again, Brandon.
Of course.
Wouldn't have it any other way, though. As is the nature of CCT, as is the nature of Counter-Strike, we do like to go the distance. And gee lord, I don't have enough expressions left in my vocabulary to describe how pristine that shot was there. Anyway, closing out the half in such a fashion does perhaps fulfill me with a little more hope with my prediction, as the granola bars have been dished on out for the half-time.
We'll get that energy up.
You're not you when you're hungry, Brandon.
And B&E now need to dig deep, because the momentum, the confidence is definitely going to be on this CT side of forZe.
Yeah, forZe, they need to come out the gates promising here.
This really has been a game of momentum, hasn't it? Like, it's not even just this map, just this series in general. It is ridiculous how swingy and how, like, streaky this best of three has been.
I don't think we've had a single back and forth stint of 4 rounds. You know, just like back, forth, back, forth. We've not had that at all this series. Instead, we had a 7-1 half, finishing 9-6. We had a 7-1 start to the half, finishing 8-7. Back on the first map, we had an 11-4 half, which was somehow won 16-13. I still haven't quite gotten my head around it. I'll have a look at the stats after this map, I'm sure. But no, forZe have had Jerry spotted early. Runs back down the ladder, gets into a bit of a tassel with GXX. Rigon catches another headshot. And with that, Bad News Eagles look to put themselves onto that elusive ninth. There's nothing really working here for the likes of forZe. One flat throw, find another, leaving just Result in a 1 versus 5 ace clutch attempt. And that's going to be very swiftly put to bed by GXX.
Start to hear some of the comms trickling through. Apologies for any offensive language you might be hearing there. But, you know, it was a good round for BNE.
Yeah, just cover your children's ears. And if you're a forZe fan, cover your eyes coming into this next round. It's 2 MP9s, 2 Deagles and a Scout. They've got 2 smokes to work with. As Bad News Eagles look to smoke them out of position. 3 AKs, like a Lil and a MAC-10 here. As Rigon slowly ebbs his way out top middle. Crad behind the smoke in window, yet to be spotted. Decides to make his way back towards spawn. Minimap has regained consciousness as the smokes rain on down, and Bad News Eagles will be taking 2-man mid-control as the bomb ebbs its way up a ramp.
Which is a very standard split. Jerry, there's a slight gap in this smoke, has spotted out Synopsy. The Deagle bullet's not quite connecting with the cranium. Rigon incredibly low, and in fact, that's going to just reset BNE just for a moment. First point of contact's been taken up towards Connector, and now Synopsy will strike over towards ramp.
Yeah, very nice opener here. Crad, though, does at least find the trade. GXX, another in tandem. As my goodness, this round is all over the place. Jerry on a Scout. Does at least thin the numbers. Back to a 3v3 scenario. Rigon is dangerously low. But would you look at the flank here? If this is miraculous from Rigon, doesn't matter what HP bar he's on, he might take down. Oh my god, Jerry! The 180 is miraculous. And obviously, though, he finds a double. It's all down to the IGL. Just 6 HP left. As Synopsy gets the bomb planted, the Scout does further chip damage, but it's not an AWP. It's not going to be the bona fide kill. And as he continues to spam on down, I feel like this will just be a bridge too far. A valiant effort here from Jerry, but Bad News Eagles, they steal it back.
The presence of mind from Jerry to be on a swivel there and cut down that flank before it can even really get established is incredible, but it's still not enough. Bad News Eagles, they crunch on the bomb site yet again. First point of contact being taken not only in towards A from Connector, but then they reset and they swing mid. And it causes enough distraction for Synopsy and the rest of the gang out towards ramp to really take advantage of it. Enjoyed the repositioning from forZe into the bomb site after they kind of lost the control.
No. Sorry.
Jerry not holding on to the AK is a bit of a shocking sight.
Yeah, he's just been executed where he stands over towards the van. Out of the sightline of his teammates. And with that, not the best of force fire rounds for forZe here. Again, a valiant effort. That is ridiculous.
Fair enough.
That's ridiculous. Synopsy, also ridiculous in trade, but GXX, how has he gotten away with that one? Makes no sense. Doesn't have to at this point, as the nade is pretty brutal onto one Flatro, but unfortunately for the likes of forZe, it is just going to be 4 pistols, and it's another day at the Rangers for Juan Fletcher. He takes 2 down with him. Synopsys here to realistically finish the rest of them off. And Jerry is doing Jerry things as GXX is on a USP.
Yeah, he's in for the AWP.
And he's going to win. He's going to win the duel.
Makes sense. He's also going to go find that AK as well, it looks like. Result.
Ace clutch?
No. Never happening.
It's not allowed. He sits patiently towards CT. Scenario will at least be cleared. Oh, no, I tell a lie. Scenario will clear Result instead. No saved over AK. And with that, bad news, Eagles continue to plow through forZe. No doubt, an exhausted forZe at this stage too.
For sure. But now we get investment, not only from GXX, as he probably will upgrade himself to the AWP, but... No, actually, he gets an AK, fair enough. But you have now got the investment coming in for forZe. Zorta will be on the AW instead.
Yeah, good to see him bringing that out. Not a moment too soon either. Hopefully he can find the impact that forZe requires.
It's a BNE classic. They love going A. This is trademark T-side from Bad News Eagles. We're going to see, if I'm not mistaken, A execute after A execute. I said it with a pinch of salt because I don't know how effective they're going to run all of these strats with Devil Walk. Obviously adding a new layer to Bad News Eagles, but through the smoke recon, oh, they're stuck on each other. Shalfie is not dealt with. Now he is. Scenari through the boxes. All right, fair enough.
Everyone was just so blind. No one knew what was happening. And I don't think forZe still do. They've hardly recovered an inch. And with that, they've lost everything else. Crowd, though, in the backlines will at least deny a bomb plant, though it's not enough to find the double. Zorta now in a 1v4. Misses the opportunity towards the Palace player. Does at least kill the rear flank. Smoke now deployed, and I do believe he's going to try and get out of there. What a hectic round. And by God, were those flashbangs effective for all the wrong reasons.
Just when you think that a round is somehow going to just have some sense of normality, there's always a curveball. That's been the highlight of today. Just curveballs back and forth thrown at these teams. Scenari now looking to hunt Zorta. Oh,
Jesus.
That is disgusting, but that is an AWP denied.
Okay, they are very happy with that frag.
Oh, I would be too.
Yeah, fair play. There's a reason we don't see them very often, Brandon. I'm stuck in the depths of Face It level 5 right now. But these guys are grinding out FPL on the nightly. Scenari grinds Zorta to dust with that one. 5-round lead now for BNE, and this is a T-side they do not look to let slip. They are far more convincing here. Oh, and Rick on the readjustment. The brutality of it all, removing one of the hero weapons for forZe here. Shelfie as well, not long for this world. And forZe are longing for some respite.
And the best bit is they don't even need to commit anywhere just yet. Look at everyone spread out for BNE on the map. GXX, good controlling towards Connector, trying to catch out, rotates here. As soon as Regon has conveyed over the information that B's currently empty, their bomb's going to make its way over, no doubt. I'm excited to see what GXX can do from this position because the Eagles... Oh! Not dealt with. Jerry has somehow got an AK.
Jerry should not have that AK, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, Brandon. That was a mess towards the market door, but Synopsy instantaneously rids himself of the trouble of a result. As that bomb goes down for BNE, Zorta's looking for the rear flank, and my God, he finds it in a very clean fashion. GXX to fall as Juan Flatro, though. Will he go for the double swing? I say double swing, swings onto a double, catches Jerry on his retreat. Now Zorta, wishing it was a business retreat rather than waving the white flag, taps away, gets spammed on down, and that is 13-7 now to B&E as they host our first actual good T-side of the day.
Yeah, I feel like that's a very telling statement of how the series has gone, but it's just B&E's best map, and it is... it's because there's so much flexibility. Mid control is a key component of it, and B&E thrive in these environments where they can just take head-to-heads. This is the most kind of aim-dependent map that we've got in the pool, and B&E are just completely thriving right now. forZe take a timeout, just want to reset for 30 seconds, but they are on the cusp of being sent down to that lower bracket.
Yeah, we got ourselves some filthy Mirage enjoyers, Pugstars here in the server, and it's really been aptly demonstrated before us. As B&E lead by 6 at this stage, and forZe a dilapidated CT side this time. Again, this is forZe's best map too, and if this is the difference that 7 ranks makes in the world rankings, then by goodness me, forZe will have some more work to do before they can again push the boundaries of Tier 1. They're up against Na'Vi next week, if I'm not mistaken, when it comes to ESL Pro League. Rescott said he was excited for this game, or for that game. Needs to overcome both this and the major closed qualifiers later tonight for the RMRs. I don't know if they're going to have the energy left after the raucous endeavor they've had on the server right here.
New AK.
I like it. You said you didn't, but I think it's pretty sexy.
I don't know. Result. I like that. Opening on towards Synopsis. Look at Juan Flatro. Look how much space he's found. Brad nearly wins out the fight with the MP9. But as soon as that space is kind of alleviated by Juan Flatro, look at Regal. Look how quick he is in towards the jungle window.
Yeah, it's all about pace and togetherness for Bad News Eagles here, and they've mastered the pair of those. As Jerry does spot Rigon, the spray is laboured, but Rigon's isn't. Result, it's a lovely trade, and Zorta, the timing could not be worse. Result, though, actually adjusts things quite nicely. Shelfie chimes on in for another, leaving only Scenario in a 1v3. That is the first good, convincing round we've seen from forZe so far. And when I say forZe, I mean Result, as he has found all 4 of those frags, Brandon.
Just going to be a little bit quiet there. I was concerned that there might have been a denial of the bomb defuse. But no, plenty of time for Shelfie just to jump on it, and even Zorte finding the kill at the very end. That's the first round, you're right, that has really trickled down, and it's forZe taking control, establishing presence. Result does everything. Really nice job from him. Sneric can't find a thing. All right. 13-8, another pause being called. That's the trend. Lose a round after so many in a row. Devil Walk jumping on.
Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty to talk about here. They are so close at being our first playoffs team, which again feels like a wild thing to be saying. But yeah, as we continue down this avenue, with Bad News Eagles' 5-round lead, forZe have a lot of catching up to do. This needs to be the start. Oh, that's rough. It's a big nade onto GXX and Juan Fletcher early doors, making them deviously one-tappable by those promiscuous rifles. Zorta, though, will he even make it back towards Connector? Yes, he will. Lovely frag onto Juan Flatro, and Sceneri forced back out of Palace for the second round in a row.
Yeah, it looks like it was going to be another one of these mid-takes into Connector A split for BNE. But Zorta takes the initiative. Again, we've seen double AWPs being established here on the CT side, no less. Shelfie with the other one. Over towards B market at the moment.
It does sort of surprise me, though, because Crad is typically the secondary AWP of forZe in this new setup, but I suppose his position on Mirage doesn't quite allow for as much maneuverability as Shelfie's here. And also, if you are struggling to get a good start on the rifle, why not trade on over to the big green as Jerry means that now in a 4 versus 2, the CT side is at least equipping themselves for a strong chance at 9.
Yeah, it looks really good, doesn't it? Really promising for forZe to get another round back. This elevated angle for Shalfie is going to get completely overlooked. That's the bomb going to be dropped. That's the round going to be acquired. Oh no, he's moved away. But that's not too bad. You're still in a 4 versus 2. Rion slips the net just temporarily. He's going to get caught off guard by Shalfie. No, he moves all the way through. This starts to get a little bit weird. Brad is there though. And finally, we get to that C4 dropped on the floor. 40 seconds left. GXX definitely want to be holding on to that AWP.
Yeah, it's going to be a long road to saving, though. As you said, still 40 seconds remaining on the clock. He's got the backlines to wander in. The only bonus for him is forZe have nowhere near enough money to try and hunt this off of him. And so he'll patiently sit in T-spawn, waiting for some poor devil to come into his sight line. It's not going to happen. Bomb is secured. And so is the 9th round for forZe here. Slowly creeping their way back, trying to force double digits, trying to make this map competitive again. Statistically, it is their best. It's up there in tandem with Overpass and Nuke. They revealed their prowess on Overpass earlier in this series. Again, a monster CT comeback, but we're going to need to see another CT comeback out of them. And a pretty damn dastardly one if they want to steal this one away in regulation.
I mean, this round should be a little bit easier, right? I mean, BNE could force around the AWP, but that could have implications on the finances going forward. Devilwalk probably trying to discuss what's the best measure to take. Is it going to be a half measure with the partial pistols? Or are you just going to push all your chips into the middle of the felt around the AWP, surround yourself with rifles, and put your best foot forward to try and close this out earlier?
I mean, a buy that I've seen quite commonly from BNE around that hero AWP is for Deagles, and it has a worryingly effective conversion rate. I mean, I've seen it used against Aurora back in CCT South Europe Finals. I've seen it used against Soar. I've seen it used against Eternal Fire before that. And that is almost what they bring in. It will only be the single Deagle, 2 Tech-9s and a P250. To perhaps change the pace up a little, send those Tech-9s in first along with the util, as the B bomb site's actually vulnerable here. There's a lot of space been afforded to Synopsy. Result needs to be particularly careful, as he's got no idea where Synopsy is right now.
This is no way. Synopsy's just on default. He's just here. Result, I think he just got ticked potentially by the Molotov. No, he didn't. But all the kills come in a flurry for forZe, so it doesn't quite matter. Regon with the AWP can't convert the kill. There's only one player actually over towards the A bomb site, and that's Jerry tucked in towards CT, but he just walks through the smoke and drops the bomb anyway. It's not a cause for concern for forZe, and as they're going to hit 10 rounds. Question is, how much damage can Juan Flatro really do? Nothing. None. There you go.
Yeah, zilch and nada. Jerry cotton down where he stands, as now it's 14 to 10 for BNE. Excuse me. 4-round deficit for the likes of forZe as they continue grinding their way back. What do you reckon, Brandon? Is it still possible for the Russians here?
Definitely. I mean, I don't want to predict anything anymore, because when it looks like one team's going to win this series, the other one does.
But wouldn't it be poetic if BNE pull out another miracle pistol around here? forZe, they've got full guns, full util, full everything they could possibly desire. BNE quite the opposite story, but by God, they've only got a single A defender. What's going on here for the likes of forZe? They're going to need to send help over to Jerry. Jerry's good, but he's not had the best of games so far. If they start the waterfall here, he's going to be completely overwhelmed.
Flashbangs, one kill in, but Shalfie is here to try and repair the situation, remedy it the best way he knows how, with a double kill on towards the site. Zorta steps in, and GXX, whilst he does get crowd on the way out, it's a very disciplined defense from forZe. Only 2 casualties, no bomb plant enabled for BNE. It really is a convincing round.
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty profitable for the investment brought in there by the likes of BNE. No, I'm lying to. Regardless. Brandon, I'm losing my mind. Did they have the AWP in that round or the one before?
One of them.
They're all been one of them. They got two kills.
There's been some rounds in which the snipers have had the snipers. I don't know anymore.
I'll be honest, the tiredness is taking its toll on my mental capacity a little bit. And Rigon's just... Okay. Not entirely sure what's going on right there.
It's an in-depth discussion that he doesn't want the other boys to hear, whispering sweet nothings into the ear.
Have we had a disconnect?
I don't think so.
No? Okay.
No, because everyone would just stop, right? Like, that's not the case.
I was very confused as to what was going on there, Brandon. However, they are not moving from top middle, as they have sent Scenery out on his own to die on B.
Okay.
That's a new strat. Juan Flatro, though, does manage to find a trade in middle. Poor old Crad decapitates where he stands. Jerry, oh, the timing somehow favors him on his escape. The Shelfie sees an elbow. Can't quite seal the deal, though. Synopsy thins the numbers.
Nice.
Oh, my good lord, it's another advantage. Jerry removed, and BNE, they find 15 in a matter of just 4 seconds.
The kill feed just lights up in favor of BNE. It's just so quick, we didn't even see what happened. Just complete annihilation on the server. And now BNE hit series point, hit playoff qualification point over forZe.
Yeah, we did both say this would be one of the most competitive series of the tournament. And it's certainly shaped up to be that way. Unfortunately, this round might not be the same story for forZe. Their economy lacking. They do at least have the AWP on Zorta. Shelfie can afford a buy. I reckon a couple of Famises will be in tow here as forZe use up another tactical timeout.
Might as well.
Yeah, backs up against the wall. Get rid of them whilst you can. As Bad News Eagles, they are one away, as we said, from putting an end to this madhouse of a series.
Get the clapping going. Get the blood pumping. For forZe, they've been here before. They know how to come back, especially against the Bad News Eagles. Will it be a bad day in the office for the Eastern European side, as the tactical timeout should probably have been elapsed by now. We should be getting things underway momentarily.
I mean, forZe did have 2 tactical timeouts. Perhaps they've used both in what is another backs against the wall scenario. I have heard us go back into the round, and there we go. Minute 50 on the clock as Bad News Eagles, they look to seal the deal. It's a team that has often had problems closing their maps out, as was so aptly demonstrated back on Overpass. But forZe, they're not exactly high and dry at that either. Jerry, the aggression is great. He finds the first. That's exactly what they needed with his weaker weaponry.
Double AWP as well for forZe. Shelfie Zorta. Shelfie peeking on in, knows that there's a player underpass, but Synopsy just eludes the cross effort a moment. But at the second time of asking, Shelfie will prevail. 4 versus 3. Crad just trying to see over the tip top of the smokes. In fact, just gets received a little bit of damage in tow. Now he peeks in towards top mid, doesn't see a thing as the bomb's recovered by GXX.
And as the bomb is recovered, it looks to make its way towards the B bomb site. Shelfie here, the sole defender, does adjust his crosshairs in the right direction. Now, a flashbang, a molly, a smoke, and nade. That's what BNE are working with here across 3 players. They do a little bit of util exchange and pick up an extra flashbang from the ground as they slowly ebb their way towards the back of the B apartments. They could still close it here. It is still a 2-2 split for the defense. If that smoke lands in the right place, Crad will be isolated, at least temporarily. As the util rains on down, flashbangs come on in. Shelfie is completely blind. Crad is looking to support his teammate. It's all about who finds the first here, and Shelfie does his due diligence. One flat throw to fall, and GXX and Scenery in a 2 versus 4. One spotted, Crad dancing around the back of the bomb site. Shelfie still finds that kill with the water on the second, chimes on in for a 12th on the board for forZe.
Still alive and kicking. Anchors on the B bomb site hold off superbly. In fact, it's Shelfie just to basically do most of the heavy lifting. Crad is always there as the backup, the insurance policy, in case things go a little bit haywire. All starts off with Jerry splitting down the numbers, filling the herd, and the AWPs sing out in unison. forZe, 3 rounds in a row. Can they do it? Well, it looks pretty good for this round. Synopsy Well, actually, it's one flat throw, not moving at all.
Oh, I think is he just playing with pistols?
Yeah, he's just thinking about it.
He's just playing with Eagles. Not quite an existence round as GXX is on the AWP. They do at least take their time coming into it. Bomb now on the back of Synopsy as they have their way in towards the apartments. Rigon cut off by the flames. As forZe, they want to make this one as close as they humanly can. Eagles, they will be your first playoffs team here. I don't know whether it was Devil Walk or the Snickers bars that got them through it, but regardless, they really hand a killing blow to the forZe squad.
Let's see this again, because when Resort gets these kills in towards apps, you think it's all said and done, but there's one player that's escaped, one player that's unaccounted for, and Saneri doubles up with the dig and even finishes off the madness with an AWP kill on towards Jerry.
What a huge play from Saneri to close us out there. I mean, what a bundle of plays throughout that entire series. I'm still in awe as to what we've just watched, but regardless, Brandon, I think it's more than time for us to throw back to the analyst desk so we can try and get ourselves some semblance of back on schedule.
Thank you so much, B-Dog. And sneaky Saneri coming alive when it mattered most. BNE take the series over forZe, and they are our Group A winners. Guys, what are your reactions to seeing how it all ended? Saneri struggled across that series, and he found a bit more form on the third and final map, Mirage, and he won the match out at the very end with that Deagle play.
Did indeed. It was a pretty spicy reel of frags, but yeah, it's been a whole roller coaster series. That might be the streakiest series I might have ever seen. It was unbelievable. One team would just win 8 rounds, take attack pause, and then the other team would just win 8 rounds. And fortunately, it heated the way where Bad Eagles just about managed to have their streak to actually win the game. So it's been a bit of a roller coaster and not actually very back and forth, to be honest, despite the scorelines.
Yeah, just constant, one-sided affairs here. It was very, very momentum-based, and I guess kind of to be expected when we talk about B&E, man. They can really ride those highs, but forZe is kind of, I guess, in a similar boat here, especially on land. I think Jerry did a good job IGLing and also fragging, like you said, on Ancient. He was actually doing really well, but yeah, they just came out into that second half. B&E were able to take some of that momentum into it and, did a great job of closing out here.
Is that what you were most impressed by? The way BNE, at the right moments, at the opportune moments, really took the game by the scruff of its neck, Alan?
I mean, something that's worth mentioning is they used a lot of their pauses. Devil Walk was very emotive and, being clearly in some ways aggressive in a good way in terms of telling players what he thought and what he wanted to change. So I really enjoyed how they dropped the pace in some of these games, took the pauses. Clearly, Devil Walk had some input about, maybe we should try this sort of round or maybe we can play these situations better. So I really enjoyed what I saw today from BNE. It wasn't perfect, but it feels like the team, in terms of their trajectory and how they're changing now, Devil Walk is on a decent path.
Cole, do you agree that Devil Walk path is the one that is right to walk down for BNE?
Yeah, I think that he's giving them an extra edge here. There's no question about it. Absolutely love to see them edge out a scrappy series like this one where they have to really fight for it till the bitter end, right? They started this one off a map down and probably a fashion in which they really just didn't even want to, try mentally bounce back. But then map 2, they come in with a little bit of energy. Actually, they started out a little bit slow on Ancient, but then they're able to rebuild into that. And I got to say, man, again, Devil Walk, doing some great job with the coaching. We saw all those timeouts come into Impact. And, yeah, again, it's always promising to see a team close out some of these very, very distant series.
Yep, we've got our highlights up on screen now. All the magical moments from Mirage. Once again, a back and forth map. think that was such a good word to describe the whole series. FaZe back and forth and streaky, as we've already mentioned.
Yeah, it was. I mean, it feels like quite a bizarre series. I don't think I've seen one like that for a while, where normally Counter-Strike is so about the economy and breaking it. This series really felt like each team would get off to a good start, and then the other team just couldn't adapt. And I think for both these teams, they'll reflect on this series and say, we really struggled to actually get on top of it and work out how to change our play style, or how to change our approach to actually kind of dull these streaky affairs.
Scoreboard for Mirage, third and final map up on screen now. Resort overall had a really good series, and he was the standout on Mirage. Shalfie was the complete standout player for forZe, but unfortunately dropped off on Mirage. Bad news, Eagles, GXX at the top. He was crucial on Overpass as well. And good to see Juan Flatcher and Synopsy putting in the work. And like I said, yes, Scenarii really had to build into that series. The first two maps, he was, again, and we all know CS is a team game. I'm not trying to sort of say that there should have been extra weight on his shoulders that he need to manage better. But yes, those first two maps, Scenarii was not he was not having too much of an impact. And then when he came to Mirage, he stepped it up just a little bit and had the impact where it really counted, Alan.
Yeah, he did. I mean, it's probably worth mentioning that Scenarii does play like the worst spots on every map, on every side. So he's never going to be in position to have massive numbers. But players that are consistent in those spots, that are good communicators, that just hold their own and lift the team up around them, they're invaluable. And Scenarii had a decent series today. It was a good showing. Cole,
let's talk about our MVP for that series between BNE and forZe. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Synopsy, our 1xBet player of the match.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a brilliant performance from him. Ending it off with 95 ADR. That's a really good, good work being done. And even on the map that they lost, I think he was delivering a lot of their success. On Overpass, the guy was a multi-killing machine. He was just finding every single double up, constantly opening up proceedings. And so there was no real off game for him, I'd have to say, in this series, which is really, really promising.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he plays a lot of important positions as well. So in terms of beyond just the statistical impact, he was probably able to call around himself, probably being quite a big part of how they're approaching a lot of these rounds. So Synopsy, I was very impressed by today. And of course, before the series parlor, we kind of posed the question of, is it Regon? Is it John Flashro? Who's going to really be bringing the numbers? And it's neither of them. It's Synopsy.
Yeah, guys, anything else you'd like to mention about the series? Or perhaps maybe let's look forward a bit. We can't predict at this point who BNE are going to play from Group B, but just generally speaking, I think they're looking like they're going to be tough competition, perhaps for any of the opponents on the other side of CCT.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we certainly expect Spirit to win the other group. I think that's a very fair assessment of what's likely going to happen. And I think for Spirit, they're going to play the second place of this group in the first round of the playoffs. And it could be a pretty good team. It could be forZe. It could be Eternal Fire if they get through that match as well. So Spirit, I still think are fairly heavy favorites to win this tournament. But they're going to have to do it the hard way. They are going to have to win quite a few series against good teams.
Yeah, I really like how these teams are shaping up right now. I mean, Honorous maybe a little bit behind, but not really. We only got one best of one out of them, so we have a lot of room to still see them. Eternal Fire, I think, put a hell of a result up against B, and they almost closed it out, but fell at the last hurdle. So there's a couple different rosters that could put quite a scare onto Spirit if they're able to play, just a level above what they're at right now.
Absolutely. Alan and Cole, I think we are ready to close out Group A for now. Actually, no, we're going to bring up the lay of the land for Group A, what's taken place over the course of today. Yeah, we started off the day with forZe versus Honorous. forZe came out on top. BNE versus Eternal Fire. BNE came out on top. And yeah, we just saw BNE take out forZe to win our first best of three. We're going to eventually see a best of three between Honorous and Eternal Fire, and forZe are waiting further in the bracket. Now let's also take a look at Group B on what is going to come next and transpire over the rest of this evening and tonight. So we kick things off with Team Spirit versus Sprout. That's our opening match for Group B. Back to best of one now, by the way. And then we've got Movistar Riders versus ENCE shortly following. And the winner of the two matches will be playing in a best of three after the two best of ones.
Yes, indeed. Looks like some fun games. The fun storyline, I think, is actually Movistar Riders, because they've got a group which is outside of Spirit. These are teams making a lot of changes. There's weird rosters are actually competing at this event for Sprout and ENCE, and if you look at it on paper, you say Movistar, they looked so good last year. Surely this is a good opportunity now on land to prove themselves, but we just know they've been in such dismal form that it's so hard to have expectations for them, but they do have a chance. They have a good opportunity if they can just rekindle anything like of the form they had in the middle of last year.
Cole, any thoughts of yourself looking at Group B before we go to a break?
Yeah, I'm excited. Again, like you said, if Movistar Riders are able to capitalize on some of that, factor with the substitutes and all that, you can certainly make it through to playoffs. And if that's the way that you kind of build back after a bit of a rough, last 3 or 4 months, then, good for them.
Gentlemen, as always, thank you for your thoughts. B-Dog and Sneaky have head out of, what's my English there? And head out of the building or head out of the building? They've exited the building.
Exited.
Yeah, we're going to have some new casters joining us for Group B. Stick around to find out who they are. That will be it from us for now. Time for a short break before we continue with Group B of CCT Central Europe Malta Finals, brought to you by Gaming Malta. Do not go anywhere.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Trying to get the skin of your dream for a long time but can't get it in any way? On our website, you have a unique opportunity to get your favorite knife. Users on our site can hand out skins themselves, and participants need to fulfill some simple conditions. For example, watch a video or buy a case on our website. After that, you automatically become a member of the distribution. Go to the user giveaways tab and do what you like. Hellcase.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so. very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Are you sick of just opening case?
What's up, gamers, and welcome back to the CCT Central Europe Malta Finals, brought to you by Gaming Malta. We've seen some of Group A play out, and now it's time to turn our attention collectively to Group B. My name is Paula. I am still your desk host, and I'm joined on the desk currently by Granny.
Literally the best introduction you could possibly do, and I'm here with Mr. Cole.
Whoa!
Whoa.
I get to say that.
I've taken some of your limelight.
All
I
right,
apologize.
you've taken it.
Just
You're
this
allowed.
once. Just this
You're
once.
valid, brother. Don't worry. Yes, and of course we've still got we've got Cole and Exner.
You introduced me, and I was like, do I introduce Cole now?
We've got Cole and Exner on the desk as well, guys. You're looking forward to kicking off Group B with some hype and fun and energy.
Yeah, I can't wait. I think we saw some really good action from Group A, and in Group B now we've got a lot of storylines I want to start unfolding as we go through, but don't want to jump too much ahead.
Look, if we're not in a Cole, quick thoughts. Looking forward to kicking off Group B.
Yeah. I mean, I'm very excited for how this group's going to shape up. Now that we get to see Spirit here in this event, always a blast getting to cast them a little bit. So, you know, they're going to be topping this group, I feel like.
Yeah,
going
I
into this
think
one
that's
strong.
the general consensus between all of us here, and I think many out there watching that Team Spirit could be ending up leaders of Group B. Anyway, we've got Group B as a whole up on screen, and we will be kicking things off shortly with a best of one between Team Spirit and Sprout. Then we have a best of one between the Movistar Riders and ENCE. Remember, never call them the Movie Star Riders. When they first came on the scene, we all got told off for that.
Yeah.
And then the winners of these two best of ones will play off in a best of three. You know what? Since we've gone over this bracket, and we'll very shortly go into the details of the teams, etc., something I would love to do is pre-introduce our casters. Would that be possible?
Ooh.
Could we do a picture-in-picture with our two new caster duo? Our two new casters and their duo. Because B-Dog and Sneaky have left, and we've got some new casters, and I'd love to introduce them prior to going into the game. Is it possible?
Drum roll, please.
There it is!
Yeah.
Welcome.
Let's do a
Welcome
big
to the
fist handshake as well.
broadcast.
Look at that. We got one of those as well,
Pinnacle
you know.
and
I
Henry
didn't
G.
think the technology was here yet, Paula, but here we are. I see you on the screen, and I'm so excited. You know, we've been waiting all day for this.
We
Henry.
have.
It's been a long one, but finally we're here.
The tension in the room is palpable right now. It's a lot of excitement going on
A lot
right
of
now.
excitement.
I'm excited, and it's going to be a long evening, but I'm ready for it. Energy is very, very high right now. How are you feeling, Dinko?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. You know, it's been a long day of Counter-Strike, obviously. I think some of the games have been fantastic, and I think this group is clearly the stronger group. We've had some changes here and there. So,
Right.
yeah, I'm excited to see the level of Counter-Strike. I think it's going to increase.
Guys, you know we
here
can
in
have a
second.
conversation, by the
Yeah.
way. You don't have to just hog all the limelight
You don't
when
think,
we bring
Paula?
you
You've
in.
talked all day, Paula.
Yeah.
I haven't had a second to do anything.
Okay, so
today,
you're just
really,
like
so-
raring to go, Adam, eh?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And Henry, how was your journey here? You arrived earlier today.
Journey from where, Paula? are we breaking the illusion?
Look, let's skip over the details.
What do you
It's
live?
amazing
Exactly.
to have you
Sorry.
here, Big Henna. And yeah, great to have you here, Adam, as well. And we'll shortly come back to you guys when this game is ready. I just was hoping to have a little chat first, and I think we've done that, boys.
It's going to be a lot of fun here. We hope to bring you the action. I'm a big Team Spirit fan, Adam. I know you are as well. They're going to be bringing the hype, and hopefully we can live up to the expectations and deliver a world-class game.
Yeah, I hope so. Well, you know, Paula, that's enough for now. We'll come back later, I guess.
Yeah, go away
Thank
now.
you, gamers. Much appreciated. Yeah, there are second caster duo, B-Dog, Sneaky, head home now for some rest and relaxation. We've got Dinko and Henry G in the mix. Now all introductions are properly out of the way. We've taken a look at Group B. I guess we can start talking in a bit more detail about Spirit and Sprout. Guys, just some initial reactions before we really get into the thick of it. Spirit, they're the favorites, right?
Completely. I think even that we were talking about Group A, we were saying they probably should be winning Group A. I think, Group B. Even in general, I think this is a tournament this should be theirs. You look at the competition, there is good competition, but I feel like Spirit play at a much higher caliber. They found their identity, and that's something that is kind of being one of the main themes of this tournament. Of a lot of teams are looking for it, or maybe inclining their way towards it. Spirit, they're looking really good right now, and Sprout, who are now playing with their coach as their IGL, and they've made roster changes, role changes. I really don't see them having too much of a competition compared to Spirit, because especially when they played last time in Katowice, it was a very close affair, but that's when they had more of a reformed roster.
Yeah, Sprout playing with their coach, Berry. Cole, how do you react to that?
It's not going to be fun, right? Might be a little bit less fragging input coming through from Barry, but hey, he can still pull up some numbers here. He can do some work. The issue is when we saw these two teams playing Kato, it still wasn't enough, even without the coach factor being involved. So is it going to change here with that coach? I don't know. Maybe some T-side antics can come on through, and Barry can be calling up a storm, but that is going to really require him to come up with some great strats.
Guys, let's focus in on our first team properly, but it would only be right if we introduced them first. And you know what? It smells like Team Spirit. The stacked lineup of Team Spirit. We've seen them have some good results over the iteration of this roster. Can they carry it on here at CCT Central Europe Malta Finals?
I firmly believe it. You've got Wonderful, actually the man directly in front of you on his screen. And Cole, we can actually talk about an event you've casted with him. And didn't he have something like a 1.6 rating against, I think it's fundamentally better teams than Sprout. Incredibly talented AWPer at such a young age. And he's also got this stacked lineup around him. So Spirit right now genuinely don't really have that many weak spots.
Yeah, I did get to cast him. It was versus, Brazilian teams maybe in the tier 2 realm, and yeah, you kind of farmed them, right? And that's what we kind of anticipate here. It's still, I would argue, tougher competition, no doubt for Sprout. I think they're going to be a little bit more tricky for him to deal with.
Guys, what are your expectations in a best of one specifically from Spirit? Do you think that they're going to come out hard and fast?
I think they have to. They have to make a statement in this tournament, especially seeing how if they are wanting to win this and go through to the winners match of Group B, they're going to be playing a little bit later. So they need to make sure they get through this, have with a lot of confidence, and not be troubled by the likes of Sprout, who you've already dispatched with when they weren't playing with their coach.
Cole, going on from that, if Spirit weren't to come out very hard in this best of one against Sprout, and even to have a poor result, could that mean that all of our other teams here at CCT start thinking, wait, the top dogs here can be toppled?
Yeah, if they see Spirit actually, falter a little bit in this group, it's going to open up a whole lot of opportunity for who's going to take that first place. I think a lot of people come into this event thinking that we're going to see Spirit come through and dominate, but it might not be the case. There's always struggles in best of ones for teams. They start off slow, and that can really change the event.
All right, we've introduced Team Spirit. Now to introduce their opponents. Of course, it's Sprout. Sprout are in the building, and once again, they're having to play with Berry. He stood in for them at Elisa. I was there. It was a momentous occasion. He got a double kill with a grenade. I called it a Berry bomb. Is he going to be able to bring that same literal firepower or explosive power to the server?
As much as I may have criticized Sprout with the fact they're playing with their coach, I genuinely think there might be some potency coming from him. You've brought up Espu there, and you've brought up when he was playing on the stage at against Big, and Refresh was talking on the HLTV Confirmed podcast, talking about how Berry was actually the main reason why they won 7 rounds on the T side, and that overall, as an IGL, when he was in that position, Berry was instrumental to his success. So I feel like Berry is going to bring just the tenure that he has. Like, he's played since the dawn of time.
Perhaps we should clarify that a bit more to people that could be unaware, Freddie. Berry is a very long-serving veteran of Counter-Strike. He's been in many rosters over the course of his career, and for some time now, he's been coaching, and he's been coaching Sprout specifically for quite a while too. He's massively respected in the scene, and especially by younger players. He's known as someone that can scout talent and utilize talent well. Of course, it's not like having a young gun or a top player on the server, but playing with a coach like him, that level of respect that he commands, it can potentially create a better team dynamic.
Yeah, it's very interesting you talked about young players respecting him, because something that Refresh did talk about was the fact that Lornux and Stair are sometimes hard to control and can sometimes get a little bit over-aggressive. So I feel like when you've got Berry now in the IGL and not Refresh, and I'm not saying Refresh can't control them, but that's what he did say, and Berry is going to be able to just maintain them a little bit, and with Refresh now in a role where he can frag out more, I genuinely think there is a chance where Refresh can cover the lack of firepower from Berry.
Cole, coming up in the US scene, can you relate a bit about players that you'd looked up to, and perhaps sometimes you get a chance to play with them, and even though they might not be the mechanically best at the time, they're a bit older, you're still like kind of hyped to be on that team, they sort of give some extra energy or something to the team?
See, the issue with that here is that you're looking for a storied IGL in North America.
Oh, okay. Well, it doesn't have to be a storied IGL. But
No,
anyone,
I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a huge factor, right? If you at all, even like players that are individually good that are willing to dive down and teach you here, I think that's a huge factor, and I think everyone's going to be respecting Berry on the server. There's no question about that. But I feel like Refresh's IGLing, I really like what I was getting out of him. I imagine a lot of it was inspired out of Berry's calling, right? That's probably coming on through the server off the back of those timeouts. They came through with some really cool set pieces, and I think Sprout on their T sides, they had some good mixes, and maybe look towards some areas of just discomfort for Refresh there, and not feeling as comfortable in the IGL role, but I didn't hate it when I saw it.
Great thoughts, gentlemen. With that being said, let's take a look at our CCT head-to-head. And now this is a Dinko special. Dinko picked out this storyline. So we're taking
so
Wonderful
funny.
from Team Spirit. And Wonderful is the absolute monster from Team Spirit. There are numerous monsters on Team Spirit, but Wonderful at the moment, the current standout. And then we're taking Berry just to compare these two side by sides, showing that, of course, playing with a coach, mechanically, sort of stats-wise, there's a discrepancy here.
Yeah, completely. I think Berry, no flame to him, is genuinely one of the lowest rated HLTV players, period. And you're coming against Wonderful, who in his most recent series, when they actually lost against Liquid at IM Katowice, dropped to 1.21 HLTV rating. So he's obviously very, very talented, and his stats kind of provide that at such a young age. He is continuously on this AWP, being able to overpower rosters, and especially when Sprout, when you've got someone like Berry who's lacking in that firepower, failing to shut him down, that's where an AWP is going to become even more powerful.
If we flip this slightly, because look, we're not trying to posterize Berry and make a joke out of it.
Yeah.
Sometimes these teams, they have to play with their coaches. It's not like Berry saying, yo, I want to jump in, boys. No, there's mitigating circumstances here, which means he has to play. If Sprout, I know it's just a best of one, but if Sprout were able to pull off a win in a best of one against arguably the best team at CCT, this would be a huge, huge win. Cole.
It'd be massive for their confidence here. Again, you can place a whole lot more faith in Berry and your trust in the team if you're able to pull off this win. But I think something that's you're going to see Spirit do is if they do start to struggle a little bit, a lot of teams like to just target that weakness there. They really like to press on the issue there. If Berry isn't performing on the server, if he doesn't come up with those big numbers, they might just continue to pressure that point, and it's a great way to pull things back in your favor.
Gentlemen, the map veto is ready, so I think we are about to find out where this best of one is going to be played.
I think it's going to be a very interesting veto because drawing upon the point that Cole just said, if there's a map where you can get targeted to, somewhere like Inferno, you can get targeted in the rotations, you're having the gamble stack, so if you target a point, it's sometimes very hard to deal with that. But now we're heading over to Anubis. This is equally one of those maps where if Barry's playing A, for instance, and if they're targeting A on that T side round every single time, Anubis is fundamentally very hard to retake. It's very anti-post plants for the retakers. So if they're losing that bomb site consistently, that's when we could see a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I think Barry's going to have to play over towards B, right? A site, like you said, is impossible to solo anchor for the best of players mechanically, so I imagine he'll be with the pack more so.
Guys, this match is ready to go. Can I push you for some predictions, please, starting with you, Freddie?
Well, seeing how on the first week of Anubis when it came out, I actually beat Siren in a pug on Anubis.
This humble
so I'm going to go with my boy Sprout. I haven't got any predictions wrong yet today. I believe in my boy Barry. I genuinely back him.
Cole?
Wow, that's bold. I'm going to say Spirit 16-13.
Oh, well, but you're saying it's going to be close.
Okay. At least you're giving me
I tell you what,
yeah.
I'm also going to side with Sprout because I just think that would be an amazing story.
The boys.
Nonetheless, I think it's a very interesting match, and all of you at home should be locked in. With that being said, it's pretty much ready to go now. I've already introduced them, so you know who our casters are going to be. Dinko and Henry G, over to you. Have some fun, boys.
Thank you very much, Paula.
We'll try our best.
I know we'll really do our best here, and I think we're looking at Sprout, and I think it's going to be the same story for them. They'll do their best to have some fun in this one, Henry.
Well, the fact it's gone down to Anubis does make things very interesting. It is a best of one, and Anubis hasn't been the best map for Team Spirit either. They're actually 0-3 in the last 3 months, so yet to even get a win there. So in a best of one environment on a strange map, I feel like I agree with the analysts. I'm not thinking Sprout are going to win, but I think a nice close game could be on the docket here.
I think it's an interesting time in the Sprout side. Obviously, they've had some issues finding
Very interesting, yeah.
And I actually think it could be a little better for them in terms of the calling side of things. Refresh, obviously, spoke of his struggles. Maybe, calling as an in-game leader is a very difficult thing to do. You can't just pick it up.
A great fragger, though, isn't
he?
You kind of you want to let him off the leash. You don't want him to have the responsibility and reel him in. He's such a superstar potential player there.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the wrong role for him. Not to say he couldn't do it well. You just don't want his skill to be wasted.
You got to at least try it, right? If you're interested in seeing how you're capable of doing it, and I think it was very brave of him to call it early and go out there and say some of the reasons as to why he maybe wasn't the right fit for it. I mean, it's not for everyone. So I know Barry's going to come in here throughout his playing career, was the caller, he's the coach of the team, he knows everything, he has the idea. Now he's going to be able to speak a lot more, and obviously we've touched on the fact he won't be able to bring the same individual level, but as you mentioned, Refresh is being hindered individually, maybe not being an in-game leader, getting a few different spots to play with, moving into that Zyphon role. We'll see Refresh be able to step up, and maybe that can make up for the firepower.
So this kind of event, though, Dinka, for Team Spirit, this is where they farm. You remember the Fire League Global Finals, right? We saw this team just do absolute work. Patsy running away with the MVP as well. He looked like an absolute beast. He should be the one with Wonderful stepping up here and running away with this one. But we've also seen Barry. I got to play against him earlier in the year, if you remember.
Yeah, I remember
and he was a bit of a monster that tournament. To be fair, he can still frag. He can still keep up. His objective in each and every round, especially on Anubis, play the B-bomb side. Go for one kill. Support your teammates, set the flashes up, be the first one to go in, get the information in for your team, and that should be enough to maybe make this an interesting game.
Yeah, exactly, and this one's obviously brought to you by 1xBet. We are looking forward to getting into Anubis. Sprout versus Spirit, definitely the most anticipated team to see how they're going to perform coming into this event. Team Spirit will absolutely hedge themselves as favorites for the competition, especially with ENCE having to play with the Academy player. We'll see how they kick off their affair on the T side of Anubis. At the moment, a passive round coming in from Team Spirit as they set up across the map, just sort of seeing if there's any CT aggression.
Yeah, very default spread, Dinko. Not much to report. The P250 for Wonderful, of course. Got themselves the smoke flashbang as they start to probe towards middle. Now, seeing the CTs quite active towards the A entrance here. It's going to be difficult to fend them off as Siren does want a little probe towards them, but making their way back towards B, it seems. Just waiting for the initial aggression. Very quiet so far. CT still with smoke. Berry with the kit as well, so he's focusing on that utility. And we'll see whether this is where Team Spirit open things up well. You can see that bomb's being collected. Smoke deployed now, going towards default. And that's going to actually land in Temple, so Refresh here challenge, but we'll see what he can do.
Temple smoke down, and Siren trying to make his way out from the underpass. Clears out From Darkened into the back of the platform, no one spotted, no one around, and with 45 seconds left, Team Spirit have found their way quite safely into this B bomb site. Gonna lock the plant in. And now setting up for the retake attempt is Sprout. Now this is something the devs were bringing up. Are they going to be capable of pulling off this retake setup and this play style? We'll get to see how they deal with this post plant. Patsy just hiding behind the pillar again. Lots of players in a double setup here, and Patsy and Siren are gonna go ahead and get themselves 2 kills. 3 between them, Chopper assist, and Magix will bring down Refresh. That's a clean pistol for Team Spirit.
It really is. Not much action to report, I'm afraid. Like you said, the default spread to kick things off, and then an open bomb side. The retake mentality there, presented by Sprout, backfires. They allow the bomb to go down, and then the 5-on-5 retake there. You can see Patsy and co just running away with it. Very comfortable. Didn't have to break a sweat there whatsoever. Patsy with 2, and we'll see the likes of Magix and Siren chiming in as well. So I presume it's going to be the force buy here. Indeed, we've got the Desert Eagles out, MP9 for Refresh. And in terms of the stack, they've actually gone for a bit of a B-lean here. 3 players towards the start, focusing towards Dark here. And this will be a very, very difficult round. Going to require some absolute antics here from the Pistols. A real damage exchange at the start. They try and find that mid-control.
Well, Team Spirit really shouldn't be letting a round like this get out of hand. We'll keep track of whether they do, but we've got to see Anubis played a lot more. We've had Katowice, we've had some earlier tournaments. Been a fan of what we've seen so far, and there hasn't been too many drastic changes. I don't think there's many people calling for drastic changes yet, and we usually get that with some new maps that come into it.
It was just the clipping originally, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was just some few bugs. Overall, pretty well received in terms of the map.
I think so.
Quite successful.
Apart from
Everyone
some of
seems
the
to
older guys like Hassad.
True. Yeah, that's a good point. But that's the thing. When a new map comes in, Vertigo is still hated by everyone, right?
Yes.
Still, Ancient seems to get a bit of love. I think the new kind of update, the change of spawns has been pretty well received. But another slow round here from Team Spirit. 50 seconds on the clock. They did get some dark control. Remember, it's a B stack here coming from Sprout, and they know they have to be a bit more active. Lacking information. Refresh, trying to find the first pick. Can't do it. Siren will take him down cleanly with the Galil there, and that's going to be a 5-on-4.
Yeah, good work there from Siren. Gets traded, though, by Louncin. It was all about this double setup. They wanted to make sure there was 2 players in Dark, so they could do exactly that. But it is just a 1-for-1, and Team Spirit are able to come out on top of the majority of the fights. Solo, the most recent addition, will be playing up on top of Glizzy, and he ends up getting 1 from the side of the pillar. That's another player down, and finally extends too wide, but he has sold the position. They are not going to look short for stab, but Magix reads it, predicts it, and he gets the headshot.
You can see a lot of respect here for Team Spirit. They are playing a proper game. They understand the gravitas of the situation here. You're in a best of 1. You're up against the coach. You can't just be running around and potentially giving away silly kills. You can still see these Deagles can be deadly.
I think we're past the point, Henry, where you can underestimate any opponent in
That's
CS.
a good point. Yeah.
I think when you look at Katowice, for example, IHC are able to come in from Mongolia and eliminate 2 of the top 5 players in the world from the competition. I mean, you're at the point now where you can't really disrespect any opponent, and Sprout is one of the better teams in this competition. So I think Spirit coming into this one, they've obviously had a hectic travel day. They just want to try and settle into this game.
Not really much to lose, I suppose. You understand you've just made 2 roster changes. You're coming into this event straight off the back of Katowice, where things did not go well at all. Just to know, though, this B, or A push, I should say, from Team Sprout hasn't worked out. They managed to get a kill. Berry's here to try and pick up the pieces, and AK-47 down as bait. Wonderful will be patient here once again, but that should be the round concluded, honestly. It's up to whether they can get 1 more kill. It's up to just Berry here. Might get the drop on Patsy.
Wow, lovely shot from Patsy. Maui Snake is being very excited about this year for Patsy. Thinks he could be the best entry player in the world this year.
He's looking very, very good. He seems to get better and better.
Yeah, and I think the other player that I don't think anybody's really talked about today on the desk and given some love is Stera. I think he's one of the best rifler prospects that we have at the moment. I think he's kind of gone under the radar a lot of the time. I think because he's playing with Sprout, right? They don't really make deep runs. They don't get these crazy wins, but he's just a really solid individual player. And I think if he was given a chance, Stralis are knocking on the door looking to get him. He's clearly piqued some interest in Denmark. This could be the kind of tournament for him to kind of show where he's at, but I think unfortunately they have come into the tournament quite wounded, and Spirit are now in the group too.
Absolutely, and you're 3-0 down. It's not the best start, no one's saying that, but the gun round start here, it was the little A push there, didn't really work out, but they managed to get a kill, I suppose. Look out for Magix, one of the absolute deadliest players at the tournament, I would say. Big fan of his, and I'm interested to see what kind of tricks he's got up his sleeve for a map like Anubis. He is one of the most hardcore grinders and finding the little tricks and interesting plays on a map like this.
Yeah, I love Katowice. They were asking, what did you do in your extended break? And he played Dota and watched anime and play Counter-Strike. So he's living and breathing
The
this
classic
lifestyle.
3-course meal.
Yeah, exactly. Everything you could ask for, really. And he did come out swinging at the start of the season as well. Didn't really drop the ball. And a 4-0 start here on Nubis. Finally buy in here for Sprout. Got the M4A4 in play for Lanx. Everybody else on the A1S still.
So another bit of a default here, but we have got the A push coming in from Team Spirit. You can see they're at the mouth of the bomb site right now, and it's actually completely open. Just Berry, so the desk were considering that where he could end up. He's definitely holding towards A. Patsy, though, entry frag to plenty, opens things up, but a couple in return here from Sprout. Actually, Berry from that A site, back to a 3-on-3, wonderful. Does he commit? Decides just to hold behind the smoke. Molotov towards heaven as well, and the bomb will join him towards this A side of the map.
Chopper still being a bit of a pressure lurk in towards Dark, but you're right, they're fully committed here with a bomb, and Stair is in the right position. And as you mentioned just previously, if you do want a rifler in a position of power, it would be Stair. And he's sitting in the smoke. This is such a smart play because he gets the information so quickly, but Wonderful reads it, turns back, takes out Stair, and now with 35 seconds, Chopper's moved up to the temple, and they're going to try and send that bomb back to B.
Let's see if it works out for them. Last line of defense has to be refreshed. Can hear them traversing the canals here. That's a great shot from Wonderful, though. How does he read that? 2 for 2 in this round. Shutting down the pushes, the flanks coming through, and just one player remains here. Not much HP to speak of. 4-0 for Team Spirit. Very well held. Great performance.
This is just great from Wonderful because a lot of the newer players that are coming up, Henry, they obviously have that flashy ability at times. They have great mechanical skill, but this was a round that displayed just his intelligence and understanding of what move was likely to come through. I mean, look at this. We think Stair is surely going to get one. He's aware of this, turns around, catches the timing, and this is a great example of his just understanding of the map and understanding of the timings and the kind of plays that are available to your opponent.
Totally. Very impressive scenes here from Wonderful.
We've kind of followed Wonderful around the world for the last
We really
year,
have.
haven't we?
I've become a bit of a simp, I have to be honest with you. He's a fantastic player, so young as well, and going to be one of the absolute superstars of CSGO in years to come. Maybe this year, who knows?
I think this year could be a big one for him. And I think the narrative at the beginning of his career was he's obviously coming from Ukraine, and you look at Simple, there's no one else you could really have as an idol. Copy Descent.
Exactly right.
But I think his play style isn't the same, and that's the thing that's interesting. You know, you may replicate a lot about him, but I think he's kind of starting to figure himself out too.
He hasn't been burdened by success so far, right?
Yeah.
As strange as that sounds, he hasn't got the ego. He's actually still learning, being molded into a world-class player by the likes of Chopper, and that's what you're seeing here. He's got great mechanical ability, of course, but he understands the fundamentals and when to reel it in. And we're seeing that time and time again here. 4-0 for Team Spirit up against the Deagles once more. You can see there's been no rushes, no disrespect whatsoever. They're playing a very tight game here, Team Spirit. It's working out nicely for them. Patsy opening things up once again. He's playing that A bomb side, bear in mind. He's 1 and 5 right now as they look to crack things open once more. It's the B stack. Bombs outside. They can still make this one work, but
this is a scary setup, because there's just so many players here. But look at the utility that Team Spirit are using. They're cutting open this setup. Stair's going to take damage. Their focus still on Refresh being in that corner as well. So it just looks like this is still going to go Team Spirit's way. But 20 seconds, it could get a little chaotic. Kills for Chopper and Wonderful. And in the end, Team Spirit will get into positions to just unfold that setup and take the pieces out of play.
Really nice stuff from Team Spirit. Can't really poke many holes so far as they continue to look very dominant here. Once again, opening things up towards the A bomb site. That Berry going down early on. And just a nice little pincer maneuver back in towards the B site. Didn't really give much up at all in terms of the fragging. Not really much going on for Team Sprout. Early days here, but on the CT side, they've gone for the double orb setup here. Will it work out for them? Time will tell. Up against Wonderful, of course, who's currently 5 and 1. And we will see another little default setup here, but that's going to be the opening shot from the AWP towards the mouth of that B bomb site, taking down Wonderful.
Yeah, one of the AWPs. Both Romanian players picking up a sniper into this one. It's a huge investment going into round 6, and so far it's working out perfectly. Chopper down as well. Wonderful and Chopper both out of play, and they have been the two playmakers of all of the round wins pretty much for Team Spirit so far. So you're going to have to look to someone else in the main pack of this attack, and Magix has picked up the AWP.
Slow it right down now. Magic's yet to die. Looking to save the round if possible. All starts here though. Patsy towards Dark Court with a nade in his hand. Didn't expect a double swing. Excellent work. Speaking about double, there's a double kill. And a 4 versus 1 now. Looking to cause as much damage as possible. Magic's currently residing towards middle. Caught out though with the jiggle peek for information there. will be looking to maybe get the AK, but just a UMP behind him, I'm afraid. Looking for that B push. Will be flashing over, hoping to find any CTs, but there's no real reason for them to push at this stage. They know the T's got plenty of money, and they need to keep 4 players alive here, especially that double AWP setup.
Yeah, and it can be really important to get an AK in the Stairs' hands as well. If he's going to be playing in around dark, some of those long-range fights can be massively favorable to him, switching off of the damage drop-off, but Magix tries to get some damage done and can't do it. Laux coming in with the AWP for a double, and the double AWP setup works out well. I mean, it's a big investment. It's a risk sometimes to throw it in early, because if you're on the CT side and you don't get control of the economy, well, the game can just run away from you completely.
Yeah, a much-needed round there. Assertive play coming in. As you mentioned, the Romanian snipers stepping up there. There was a chance for Patsy to get the double kill here, but called out. Very nice proactive play there, as we will see another full buy, of course. Haven't broken the back of Team Spirit just yet. Still out for Wonderful here, and still aggressive, looking for this opening pick towards the stairs. It will be Stair as he falls back, but as you mentioned, AK-47s, double AWP set up here as well. If they reinvest in the grenades, money's still not strong or stable on the CT side. Working toward that double dark setup once again.
Yeah, you see the 1x bet odds at the top of your screen, heavily favoring Team Spirit coming into this one.
Which makes sense.
Absolutely. Don't think we're going to be steering off the beaten path at the moment. Not yet anyway, but we have seen some crazy comebacks today, Henry. We've seen a lot of games turn towards the end of the first halves. cello is more focused on the left side. Patsy's got himself into a pretty cool position here with a flash setup. Gets the AWP off the angle. Now gets some space to play with towards middle. How aggressive does cello want to play this? Does he want to stick around? Because he's going to be spread thin.
Yeah, he is getting pincered right now, and here comes the execution from Team Spirit as well. They got full mid control, pushes cello back towards the heaven position as well, and he's going to be surrounded momentarily, calling for the reinforcements here. We've got rotations coming through CT spawn, but will it be in time? Here comes a bombard from the utility and the first opening kill. And that's going to be pretty much the round, I would say, for Team Spirit.
There's been nowhere to stand, really, for Sprout on the CT side. The utility's just been so good from Team Spirit.
Well, coming into this one, we said this hasn't been a good map for Team Spirit. So, if anything, they're probably happy to play, get some reps in an official capacity in a game. I'm not saying it doesn't mean much, but the fact you're pretty much likely to take this one. Let's work on the strategies. Let's work on the anti-ecos. Let's make sure we're not giving anything away, and just get some reps, official reps on LAN, on the map, and it seems to be working very well for them.
This is something that I've been thinking about a little bit this year, is the fact that, we talk about Cloud9 and that team and how sick they used to be, and how they've had a significant drop-off in comparison to what they were like online. And I think obviously a factor of that is certainly going to be the fact that you're playing on LAN, you're playing in front of the audiences. But another part of it is you're playing less Counter-Strike than officials, in my opinion. Cloud9 played more games than anybody else back in the day when they were the youngsters side.
Right.
And this Team Spirit team, they're going to all these LANs, these smaller tournaments that the other big teams are skipping out on. And I think it's important, especially with so many young players in the team, to get the reps in. And you're going to see official games that just play out differently. And this is a really good idea for Team Spirit. They went to Barcelona, they did that event you mentioned, and then they went to the major, and they were sick. They went to the playoffs. So you got a really cool team at the coming into this.
They're hungry, right? They don't have the same benefit of other top organizations, not the same invites, aren't part of the same deals. And we will see this aggression for Stair once again. Happy to take that jewel, takes a little bit of damage there through the smoke upon retreat. And it's Siren once again hammering the issue home towards this dark position. It's been a huge focal point for both sides here. It's up to refresh, but cello will beat him for the punch. Takes down the danger man in the form of Patsy. 5 and 4. Sprout need to hold on to this. This is starting to run away from them on their CT side. Big miss from cello. How is he still alive?
How does he not get punished there from Chopper? That's a massive second life given to cello.
What?
And he might turn the round in their favor because of that. That should have been a kill from Chopper. And he goes in solo sometimes. You'll see Chopper in these unrecoverable, untradeable positions, but he thinks he has the up on the AWPer. He thinks he has that fight, and he should have. He misses the first shot, but Chopper unable to take him down. Now we hit the 1 minute mark, and Siren's running in solo. Needed to win that fight, and does versus Refresh. Now it's the second AWP to try and get through. Siren's being held back. His teammates are still setting up the utility to try and get into this B bomb site. And Laux is now set up in a crossfire with Stair, but that has been negated with that smoke grenade.
Here we go then, the B bomb site under a lot of scrutiny here. Magix has made his way through the initial choke point. AWP to beat, and that's going to be an easy kill. That's going to level the playing field out, an open plan here, presumably.
Great recovery here from Team Spirit with 30 seconds left. They tap to try and pull out another player. But look at Stair, he has not moved. He sees the barrel, but it's not good enough. It's not a good enough position. It's all about the berry, and he's going to get himself a double. Siren and Wonderful both go down, and cello comes into play to close it. Oh, you always forget about Barry, but here he goes, striking from behind.
The Barry has burst. That is absolutely phenomenal. Great flank, double kill coming through. They didn't see it coming. It was a round where, look, they Team Spirit had done enough to pull themselves back into it as well. Good execution towards the B-bomb site. All started with the double kill from Zello as well. He shouldn't even be alive, but the team managed to pull the round over the finish line just about there with the Barry flank coming through.
The Bello combo, I like
the Bello
that one.
combo. And that's going to be a big round. That's just what they needed.
Yeah, and I mean, that's fantastic. A problem that has been present for the Sprout team as well is the communication issue. I mean, you bring two players in from Romania. I think Cello especially has maybe struggled with that. He's only played with players from his region, and so
Sure.
I think he's had a few issues with that coming into it. And I mean, Refresh was talking about how he struggles maybe to be concise in his calling, so that had to change. But he's still very, very vocal here. He feels like he was the second voice in Heroic at times, so here he is having a say.
Romania is an underrated nation for gamers. I don't think
It
people
is.
realize how big of a community they have out there.
Yeah.
In terms of gaming in general and esports, they love it out there.
The best player from the women's league as well is also from Romania,
Right.
Anna as well. So got a lot of great prospects coming out of there at the moment.
Yeah. Lovely part of the world. Well then, 6-2. Huge round here.
This is the same angle Lounge has used a couple of times to get this opening.
Well, I guess they have to be assertive. They know on the back foot in terms of general firepower.
Yeah.
So forcing the issue, trying to find advantages, take the risks. Why not?
But it is the only way they've been getting openings.
Exactly. The double up setup seems to be the perfect call. Considering how the game started, it's actually looking relatively competitive.
Yeah, I just wonder if that's going to keep working because Team Spirit have gone for the timeout here. So let's see if they've adjusted to how to deal with this double up that just keeps picking them off early. They, so far, as we hit 1 minute, haven't given a player up. But look how many players are over on the side of the map towards B right now for the CTs. They're making a slight adjustment now. Barry's leaving. But he's quick on a dime. He can turn back and immediately get back to this B-bomb site. But he's thinking about helping Stare out in middle.
Well, this is what you want to see, to be honest with you. The fact we've got this double orb set up, keep it unpredictable, Dinko. Keep moving those players around. Don't keep Barry isolated in the back of a bomb site. Keep it active, keep it unpredictable, and I think that's where we're going to be seeing the majority of their rounds come through. Once again, look for this dark control. It's up to Team Spirit to try and break through. 25 seconds, Dinko. Flashbang, incendiary dropped. It's up to the main entrance players here to try and step up. That's where the bomb is, though.
Yeah, that's just such a worrying thing. 20 seconds. How are you getting out into the site without losing too many members? You've just got to go, and the bomb's down first. That's the worst player to lose, but Siren on the double. He has to go again. Ooh. He still checks the site, but Refresh good for one, but there's just enough time if you immediately start planting. It looks like Wonderful will be able to get those digits in, so it's all down to Stare, and somehow Team Spirit have turned this one back, and I don't see how Stare is winning this one. Yes, he's got a kit, but he's got no utility, and he has so much ground to make up here. Team Spirit somehow recover that one.
Patsy's a boss. That's how they do it, to be honest with you. The fact he comes out swinging of that dark position, and the bomb goes down at main as well. We said they had to be the danger men at that stage, but no, 5 seconds remaining. The double kill towards the platform, bomb planted with a second to spare. And as you mentioned, just Stare here, holding towards the cave. Not really much he can do, I'm afraid. Looking for any exit frags here. It was a must-win round in terms of the finance for Team Spirit. They just about get it over the line. With a few seconds to spare, there's the bomb going off. Any orbs recovered here? Not looking too good. Money not great for Stare either. $2,400, Dinko. So that double orb setup, that is not going to be happening again.
Yeah, and that's the issue. When your only way of getting openings relies upon a heavy investment into 2 AWPs. As soon as the opponents break you and you don't get those ops into the next round, where are these openings going to come from? There's Siren getting his nice swift double. Patsy able to take out the most important player as well. Refresh is left up there on the platform. But 7-2, Team Spirit's T-side affair off to a great start. And look at Sprout's money. You mentioned the economy game. Well, it's looking pretty dire at the moment.
Yeah, they've opted for the eco, which it's pick your poison time, right?
Yeah.
You've saved an M4. Sure, you might be able to pull this round off, but it's unlikely. Might as well lose on the gun rounds if you're going to. At least you feel like you gave it a decent effort, but this round's still viable. They've got the M4. Upgraded pistols in terms of utility, not much, I'm afraid. Just a single flashbang for Berry. And gone for more of a B-lane again. You can see the A-bomb site completely wide open right now. A gamble stack, and unfortunately one that probably won't work out for them. You can see the bomb and T-Sport making his way towards A. Bit of a rotation with Zello. He'll at least hold the bomb site itself, but they need a bit of info here, Dinko. Flashing over towards B, hoping to spot some players here. No one will be home, so the rotation will come through. Maybe in time, but it doesn't look good.
Yeah, just trying to set up that M4, but no one's coming and knocking at the door. It's all about A. And no one in there right now. Cello, he's pretty far away. Utility starting to be sent through the windows.
the smoke as well.
Inshallah just hoping he gets at least one chance for the Deagle to land a headshot, but not happening at the moment.
They push towards B.
Oh, he does get that chance now to fight in the middle.
It's a lovely shot, to be fair. Patsy goes
Save
down.
that, honestly, Henry, at this
They've
point.
got, you're right, with the M4, the AK-47. Sure, look for any sort of kills or opportunities like that. Great boost coming in. Zello doubles his total now. AK-47 won't be able to recover that rifle, presumably, but still, they're making this one expensive. Do they go for it, though? They've got a kip, to be fair.
They do. The issue is the lack of utility at the moment. They don't have a single nade left. And
Here
the
we
time
go.
is starting to take, but they're just going to
Let's
send the
do it.
bodies in. Send the pistols forward first. Try and set up the rifle. Magic scoop for one. But it's the P250 that comes in. It is the tap to try and create a little bit of pressure, but no one holding it. No one sticking it yet. And again, it is once more a Spirit round. But they do lose quite a few members there, and half HP left in the two remaining.
If they'd stuck to defuse straight away, trade out that kill on Wonderful, who knows? It was a very close
There was
round.
a chance somehow out of
More
that.
than they were worth, but I think I might agree with you. When they get those double rifles, that was probably the call. Save those weapons, but still, it was an eco. They will have money going forward. An exciting round, but one that slips by the wayside, unfortunately. The work from Zello there once again. Came right down to the wire. These haven't been clean, as you like, rounds from Team Spirit. They've been a bit touch and go. Chopper with a triple spray down there to close things out, and a tactical pause from Spirit as well.
Yeah, perhaps Halley having his say. You know, obviously, we've seen a little bit more about Halley.
He does rule with an iron fist, doesn't he? He
does,
never
yeah.
looks happy about the situation. He's probably saying, lads, we're not having any fun here. We're just making sure we get it done. Practice our Anubis. Our T-side is going to be flawless. Which, to be fair, has been pretty good so
Yeah,
far.
it's just this very relaxed, dulcet tone approach to coaching that I kind of enjoy. Kind of enjoy that vibe.
He seems like the guy that kind of demands perfection. He's
Yeah,
like, if he
he's
spots a single mistake, you know you're in trouble.
Yeah, it's like he just sits down with you and ridicules
Exactly,
you.
yeah.
Well, Shello, he's changed up his position here. He's looking for a dark peek early, but look at Patsy.
Yeah, he's already down. That's the problem. I don't think he'll be aware of this. If Wonderful gets the aggro now, this could be problematic. The Molotov will go through as well. Has to hit the shot. Great work from Zello there. Good awareness.
Yeah, great awareness to get away with that. Patsy's going to feel like he was knocking on the door of an opening there. But again, another AWP opening kill here for the CT side. It really has been the only key to success. We're about to see a double push across the map. So many different areas of the map played at the same time. Chopper and Siren both going for fights. Chopper gets his kill, Siren as well. And now Barry, he is in a very tough position. If he gets anything out of this, this is massive. But Magic just confidently swings into the duel, wins it, and Barry has nothing to say.
It's such an awkward spot as well. Like, the most you're ever going to hope for in that position is like one kill.
Yeah,
and against the likes of Team Spirit, and you're the coach, it's just not going to happen, is it? Magix will pretty much confirm the round here, unless Zello has an absolute monstrous performance here. Nice shot towards heaven. Not going to happen, though. Another disappointing finish there for Sprout. Not really much they can do. These pincers towards the A bomb side keep coming in time and time again, picked off one by one. And the rounds that are close, sure, they're exciting, but they're coming few and far between at this stage.
I think in Katowice was an interesting story kind of established in CS where, you know, the power of belief started to be talked about and how much that can play a factor into the Counter-Strike that you play. G2, obviously, we're on a hot streak with map wins, record breaking.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
And so there was this talk of like they believe they're doing it. It's this mindset. Whereas I think for Sprout, this is you got to think about their mindset at the moment, right? Refresh has probably lost quite a bit of confidence. His gelling didn't work out. You come into this event, what are you going to be hoping to achieve?
I guess just turning up and making the games competitive. Like, no one's expecting them to win the tournament. You've got your coach playing. You made 2 roster changes before this tournament.
Yeah.
You've had a disappointing Katowice where you've come pretty much dead last. From what I heard, it was like a difficult tournament, not just on the server, outside as well. Things were falling apart for them. So, yeah, I don't think expectations are too high here, but try out some new ideas, new positions potentially. We'll see what happens as this one develops. It's not looking great. Double digits on the T side, pretty much locked in. As we see yet another kill. That one's an easy one. Patsy just racking them up at this stage. 5 on 2. Stair will be here with the Desert Eagle. Zello as well, but if they get a couple of kills, even that would just be a dent at this point.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit should have this one on lock. They still got plenty of utility. The CTs haven't, in this particular round, been able to force it out of them, so easy pickings for Patsy. He'll go ahead and sweep up 2 under the rug. Another round for Team Spirit as they just keep moving forward. I like that they've used up their timeouts in this early portion of the game too. We've had 2 so far. It's been pretty controlled for the most part. There's been a few rounds that have got a little bit hairy, but in these gun rounds and in these crazy rounds, they've been able to pull it off.
It's ambitious to suggest they're going to 16-0 this game, right? There's always going to be a couple of rounds that go against you. These are world-class Counter-Strike players as well. It's a compromise situation, sure, but there's no way they're not going to get any rounds. But whether they'll pick up the map, that's another conversation altogether, I'm afraid, because, yeah, 10-2 down, 3 to go in this first half. It is best of one of you artists joining us, and, of course, the coach playing as well. A lot of concessions to be made here, I'm afraid, a lot of caveats. As we'll see Refresh, might as well be active here. Zelo's been very active with that AWP. Not the double AWP setup this time, but he continues to find opening frags. He's currently 10 and 10, Dingo.
Yeah.
Not bad considering the circumstances.
He's definitely been getting them into doable positions. It's just really the closing of the rounds has been the difficult part. Team Spirit are very good at even playing this 4v5 deficit. They're able to turn them around a lot. And Chopper, he has been this solo player in towards middle, getting caught this time. This is looking good for Sprout. They're up 2 players. And Team Spirit, a lot of the time when they're winning these rounds or getting back into these, Henry, you're seeing one of these solo plays work. Hasn't worked so far in this round. Maybe this is where Sprout get 3rd.
Patsy now has been seen in this dark area time and time again. 13 kills to his name. I think it's fair to say to some great success, as we'll see him once again smoke off towards the temple position. 3 CTs lying in wait, but is it a bit of a ruse? Probing towards middle, options go to either bomb site here, and that's a big kill towards the A connector.
Yeah, it's a risky P. When you aren't holding that, it's
bad.
Give it up. AWP is going to be posted. Wonderful takes a lot of damage, as you mentioned, the bad smoke, but luckily Wonderful stays up for Team Spirit here. They've got it into a 3 versus 3 again. They always find their way into this, but it's going to be Shello. This is the player we're really looking at the moment. Inside of this A site, 17 seconds left. The bomb still needs to come, and Magix comes around the backside. Shello didn't read the position, and he goes down.
It's such an isolating spot there when you're being pincered like that, and you're the last line of defense with the AWP of all weapons as well. Even if you get 1, you'd be doing very well there. So fair play. Not really much you could do. Zello already got that opening kill as well. They had a 5-on-3, and it all falls apart for them as we see another round slip by the wayside. Just Refresh and Longseer trying to do something with the round, and unfortunately the only option really is to save the M4s, Dinko. As we often say, not really much to do here, and that's great work for Magix. The time was running low, like you said, but as soon as that AWP goes down, round's over, and you're saving weapons once again. 11-2 locked in, and Patsy, he can smell blood in the water here, looking for Refresh. Should be able to find him, to be honest with you. Not many places to hide on Anubis, I'm afraid. Very common spam points there towards T-Spawn.
You hear a lot of people use the umbrella term with, playing a solo game, an individual heavy game. I think this T-side game plan is pretty individual based. You're seeing Wonderful is generally with another player. They have support networks with him, but you're going to see Magix and Chopper, they're moving throughout the map. Patsy's on his own, just doing whatever he wants, really. And they're taking these solo duels, and it's working really well.
This is also the problem with that dynamic setup we spoke about before on the CT side. Not everyone's going to be drilled and ready in all these positions. You'll be moving around a lot due to the AWP being purchased and trying to find those opening picks. So Barry's being thrown around the map. He's doing an okay job, to be fair to him, but the rest of the team just can't keep up. This is falling apart, unfortunately, on the CT side. It is a best of 1. And we'll see if they've got anything left to say. They saved 2 M4s. Not sure that's going to be enough. It'll be a mixture of SMGs, M4s, maybe enough cash for a couple more. But let's get into it. That smoke towards middle has been deployed early on. So there it is. MP9s, a FAMAS, those saved M4A4s. Pretty much have to buy these last 2 rounds. 2 rounds will not do. And up to Refresh once again. Currently sat on 3 and 13.
Yeah.
Not looking good, considering we put him down as the superstar coming into this one. But
yeah,
it's
been a pretty tough game so far.
It really has. Like, Team Spirit haven't really missed a beat, to be honest with you.
There's been a lot of cool setups, from Sprout. The idea is definitely there in a lot of these setups and interesting ways of playing this B side. I just think the utility's been so good that you can't stay in those setups. It just gets kind of manipulated in favor of Team Spirit at the moment.
5-man B lean here on the T side. We haven't seen this so early on, at least. All 5 players up. Challenging towards Dark once again, and this has been such a problematic position for Sprout. Trying to take control once again. Good flashbang. Enables Refresh to get back in there, but they keep getting mollied out, flashed off. The double setup has yielded some results, but they keep running it time and time again. Dry peek here from Patsy. Does go down. Equal trade for now. Doesn't commit on the second.
Spirit have been really good at predicting these double setups, but still, even if you read it, Refresh is able to come out on top this time. Siren has hit the deck, and now we look at 40 seconds. Refresh deploying his utility belt, trying to slow them and try and get some help. Back to this B side in time. Barry's arrived. Nice look at the sign there, but we're going to take a look at the action. Shello comes in. Wonderful, the next victim, and Chopper solo on health. Looks like Sprout have done well to find their 3rd round of the game, and they will do exactly that.
Yeah, change of pace there for Team Spirit. Like we said, no default round at the start.
No diving either, Henry.
No diving. The sign did say so. They managed to get towards the B bomb site. They surround it. And as we mentioned, this is double setup once again. Patsy trying to challenge Dry. Doesn't work out for him. Great stuff from Zello. He has been the talisman of Sprout. He's the reason they have these 3 rounds. To be honest with you, the sole reason. He keeps finding those opening kills. He just wins them that round there as well. Final round of this first half, 11-4. They need this one desperately. And Zello, once again, looking to take matters into his own hands. Use the AWP towards B main. Should be
Wonderful
the kill, to be honest with you. Can't see him. Oh, it's
Magix actually comes through with that one. The rifle into Shello. They've used that position too often with an AWP to try and open up the round. It's a bit faster here, a bit more of a pack play from Team Spirit early towards B. Refresh has done a good job at dispelling the attack and drawing out the numbers to a 4 versus 4. But there's still so much time left and so much utility left here for Team Spirit. We've seen this change in Counter-Strike meta where you're constantly having to be active. On the CT side, you're always looking for a move, and this is where the next move is coming for Sprout, is to try and get out dark, try and boost over these smokes, but that hasn't worked, so they're dropping back into this more turtled up setup in the site.
A lot of damage done. 3 players waiting towards the B bomb, so working on the next move, trying to be active here, but Patsy is ready and waiting. Should be going down here. Dealt with, back to the 3-on-3, 1 minute left on the clock, and a smoke towards the B connector. Wonderful deploys it. Trying to withhold information from the likes of Stair here as they make their way back in towards A, and as mentioned, that is fully open. So another retake on the agenda. Wonderful will take down the rotating player. It's final round, got to go for a longs, and I don't think he'll be doing much of this, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think so. The Butcher's in town over here, Magix as well on the site.
Boris the Butcher.
Indeed. A man of many interests. Magix all close. 12-3 half for Team Spirit. Their first showing here in Malta is a strong one after a turbulent travel day. And arriving early this morning, they were really wondering how they were going to perform, but they've come in, and this is as smooth as an entrance as you would like into a competition.
Absolutely, in the best of one, up against a team with a lot of caveats attached to them. You never really know what's going to happen here. It's a wacky day in the group stages when this sort of thing happens, but Team Spirit have turned up in buckets and spades here. Very impressive, calculated half, I would say, nothing too crazy.
Yeah.
Tried a couple of set pieces, didn't work out necessarily, and just running the defaults, good teamwork. Like we said, getting some reps on the map, it's not something they've looked too good on this year. 0-3 on Anubis so far, but it is a brand new map and is trying to work out some of the kinks, it seems.
Definitely so. I've got a halftime break again.
So, no, yeah, we don't throw it to an actual break. We get a chance to catch our breath and just talk about what we've seen so far, which I think we're doing a splendid job of, Thinko.
Yeah, I mean, I've been enjoying the first half. I mean, I don't think there's actually a whole lot to talk about in terms of a very high-level competitive game. As the scoreline suggests, it has just been...
It's just like business as usual,
yeah,
right?
We're just business as usual for
standard game coming out of Team Spirit. Nothing too flashy. Get the job done.
Yeah.
Haven't been any heroic clutches or anything really spectacular going down, but just a good, solid performance. The rounds that Sprout did win, unfortunately, heroic performances from individuals. That was Zello pretty much time and time again.
Yeah.
The 3 rounds they got down to that man and the double orb setup, not sustainable, I would say.
Well, here we go, Henry. It's getting late in Europe, but we've got ourselves our best of one, our first game all Group B. And it's 12-3 right now for Team Spirit as we head into the second half of Anubis. It looks to be a quick B attack coming in for the T's. Magix will be the first player tested for the CT side, and he's fine just taking information. He doesn't really want to get involved in the fight. Now he sticks around. He's gone for another peek again here. His teammates are around him. He's got plenty of support if needed, but they're just allowing the site to go the other way.
Oh, we saw Sprout do the same thing. It was a 5-on-5 retake. Didn't work out for them. They're going to try and replicate the success of Team Spirit, though. Calling for the reinforcements, coming in through the cave position as well. 3 players there, not much utility. A couple of flashbangs, that's about it. And they'll be deployed momentarily here.
Oh, Berry, look at this. He's the full bait mode right now. Berry just sending it around the corner, but given the angle, they still see Shello. He's lucky to get away with one. Patsy comes in and doubles up. Louch doing his best to try and hold on, but the Jewel Berettas have arrived, and it's double trouble inside of the site. 2 players still up for Sprout, looking to hold on, and Wonderful with a headshot has drawn it down to just one. Stare in dark, and the lack of kit, certainly the talking point here because there's not enough time to win the round. They've got to run away. Patsy has to concede. And it is a pistol win here for Sprout.
So another retake setup there.
That doesn't work.
That doesn't work. You allow the bomb to go down, and sure, it comes down to the 1 versus 1, but the lack of kit made things very problematic. I like that little bait and switch setup from Berry there. Why not? That's the kind of play he needs to be doing.
It's just unfortunate Patsy sees the second player.
Exactly. It was a nice idea, though. Wins in the round, and the Julies couldn't quite get fully online there. Excellent work. The ducking and weaving from main entrance and towards that dark position as well. It yields the round. A much-needed one as well. You do not need to force buy here if you're Team Spirit, though. I like this. The full eco. They've got a flash. This will be a B push. Flash over the top. Try and steal away a weapon. T should be aware of this, Dinko. This is a very common eco setup, and you can see them looking into the wall. They're very ready for this one. Here comes the flash, and refresh is called it. So should be a foregone conclusion there.
Oh, Shello took a lot of damage.
Hello.
If he goes down here, he will. At least one kill here for Team Spirit, but really shouldn't be getting much more. A second kill, but Patsy's going to go down very quickly after. And yeah, a couple of kills. That's the best case scenario really for Team Spirit, and Sprout sweeping under the rug.
Pretty good, I would say. Full eco. Couple of flashes, you get 2 kills, not too bad at all. Certainly wounds the finances going forward here for Sprout, but they did a pretty good job as well. Managing to hold on, didn't give too much away, and they'll have a nice full buy up against the Rifles of Team Spirit here. This is the most important round of the second half. If they can win this one, maybe they're onto something. They can start to see a bit of a snowball effect, turn it into an avalanche, but it's going to take a perfect streak of rounds from here on out.
Yeah, you can see why they are calling the tactical pause due to that. Very important round ahead. If you lose this, well, it is unlikely you get into this game at all. And some of the slaps live on here in Team Spirit.
So I'm interested to see what sort of methodology we're going to see from Wonderful here. Is he going to be let off the leash like Jello was? Is he going to be around the map trying to find the opening picks, or is he going to play in the system?
Does he get the op? Or like, do they get enough cash in time before this game ends to get the AWP out?
True. But for now, it will be the M4, of course. But interested to see where he'll be positioned, what he'll be up to. Chopper just trying to jump over the smoke towards Dark here as water control has been obtained by Sprout, getting nice and close towards the Dark position. Can be flashed in on Molotov the whole room. Chopper trying to dissuade them from that option. There's the Molotov. No one committing to anything just yet. You can see them triangulating around the B bomb site here. Wonderful tucked in the corner. Bomb still down in spawn, so no full commitments coming in just yet. It's trying to acquire map control where possible. They have got full control of Dark here.
Chopper is starting to make his move. With Magix, who's just been spotted. Refresh, seen the tip of his helmet. And they are going to drop back, not committing to that. Just looking for info.
Could be bad information, though,
It
because
could
they're
be.
actually in towards that Dark position. You've called B main is clear when it's actually not. That could cause a rotation. But for now, 3 CTs holding strong towards the B bomb site. Nice incendiary from Chopper
Great
as well.
timing.
Good smoke towards main. They're actually handling this very well indeed.
Yeah, and Barry needs to make a move, and he goes for it. Barry actually finds Chopper on the other side. Now with his Magix inside of the site, he's playing with Wonderful. And it's going to work out really well for the twosome. It is very gruesome inside of the site, and they've cleaned it up. 13 rounds here for Team Spirit.
Bit of a dodgy smoke towards main, allowed Barry
Was
to
it
get that
very dodgy smoke? Kind of worked for them and against them in the end.
True, but nice work from Barry there, managing to get the important kill. Didn't actually lead them to a round, but there it is. Big frag there, but wonderful, as you said. Tucked in on the platform position with Magix as well. A deadly duo and a very important round, as we mentioned. We need to see Sprout really start to string together 3 or 4 here, break the economy once again, and maybe we'd have a conversation about a comeback here. But that was a very important round. They know it. It's going to be a tactical pause to discuss their options, and smiles on the faces of Team Spirit, as you'd imagine.
Smiles on the faces of all the Berry pickers as well when it comes to HLTV
Everyone's
fantasy.
picked him, by the way.
$165,000.
Everyone I've spoken to has picked Barry in their fantasy. You didn't do it?
Nah.
Didn't pull the trigger?
I did have him originally, and then I seen Spirit got put into this group, and I changed it. I didn't believe.
Okay.
But you know, for the price, Barry, like you said, he is capable at times of getting the job
I've
done.
used the correct booster on him as well. You can use
exactly
the noob booster.
The noob booster, bottom of the scoreboard booster. Lots of cool things you can do.
Yeah,
with
there's
old Barry
some
here.
strategy there. Interesting.
All right, we have got 2 AK-47s here for Sprout.
It's a full investment. Why not? You need this round.
Barry taken down just above half HP already.
So, players out towards T-spawn right now, watching towards the B push once again, seeing they get any early information from the CTs. Anyone offers himself up, but a very passive and disciplined setup so far. You can see towards A main as well. We do have the likes of Siren being baited in by Wonderful, the AK-47. So that's under lock and key for now. And then Patsy, of course, towards middle. M4 in hand. No utility for him, so you'd assume he's just going to be playing to push them back as long as possible, then go to one of the connectors. He's chosen towards the B side for now. Chopper with the reservoir of utility there, able to just keep dark access completely denied. And here we go towards middle. Remember, this is a full investment here. looking for the A split, but the looks of things, we'll see if it works out for them. Chop with the first frag, and here we go towards Akon. Wonderful is ready and waiting.
Yeah, he's got himself in a good position too, but he's missed the first opportunity, but he is so quick to react and adjusts himself for a quick double and calls for Siren to help. Great work again, great team play in these close crunch time moments for Team Spirit.
And that's the thing about Wonderful as well. People just know him as this flashy AWPer. You don't get to see him much on the rifles themselves, but when you do, he really does know how to shine. It's well positioned, like you said, a little bit flustered with the timings there, but he manages to calculate how he can get a double frag here. Playing around the bomb site itself, doesn't give anything away, a ton of damage output there, and pretty much secures the map, and indeed the series, with
Some
that
history
play.
here, Temple of Ra.
Temple of Ra. So, AK-47s are plenty for Team Spirit, 4 to be exact, and just against the Glocks here for map point.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be an easy cleanup for Team Spirit. I don't think they're going to have too many issues with this one, Henry. It's
think
probably
that's,
my boldest call of the day.
It's a fair statement. We'll give you that one.
Put a ball plant, could happen, but
that's about as exciting. You have to commit off this as well. You have to push through it.
there's 2 players here. That's the first problem. And Siren, he's got himself 2, and the Siren has been alarmed. Wonderful's turn. He chooses the same position once again, gets a double kill from it, and it's just all Barry left. He's bouncing towards Wonderful. Lands the shot on the head, but not enough damage to bring down Wonderful, and he will fall. The Glock round cleaned up for Team Spirit. And this could be the quickest game of the day. Team Spirit showing in Malta is exactly what they wanted. Their expectations really are to come into a bruised and battered Sprout team, and you should be handling them. You should be taking them down. And your expectations now with ENCE making a roster move too is to win this event.
It's roster mania here.
It really is. We're seeing a lot of wounded teams coming into this.
True, good point. I guess Katowice
Some of them have turned up. Some of them have turned up. Some members actually have come to the event. Not everybody.
Not everyone made it. Not quite. But this one should be done. Spoiler alert. I would say it's going to finish right here, right now. Full eco has led us to a gun round here, but Zello already down to 16 points of health. Not looking too great for him as they go towards that mid-control once again. CTs are willing to give it to them. This is not a problem. Middle is not a bomb site. You just want to try and delay as long as possible. They'll have to use a lot of utility, a lot of time getting through there, and you can just give it to them. Be proactive elsewhere. Try and get information towards A main. You can see they've actually gone for right now. Pats is left middle, and he's got that same tuck position towards A main, working with Siren this time.
And the more traps you lay like this, the slower it will be for the T's to finally get into the bomb sites. And if we're going to run this clock down, they're going to find themselves in a very difficult position in the final few seconds of round 21. We'll see what the call is here from Barry and the boys. Well, 40 seconds left. And they're still going through mid.
See what I mean? This time it's taking right now, they don't really have much information. They don't know it's clear. It's going to have to be some sort of B finish by the looks of things here. They're going to go through the smoke in towards B connector.
Such a risk to go through the smoke as well. You're going to try and split through Temple and B main at this point, and Barry is leading the attack forward. Wonderful is taking out Lounx, and they can hear Barry. They can hear all of these steps. He's trying to make the play, but Team Spirit are offering nothing up apart from sacrifices as Wonderful mummifies Barry. Cello and Stara try to come back in, but with 10 seconds left, Magix is still here, and all he needs to do is throw the nade on in. He doesn't even go for the kill with a rifle, just closes it, diffuses, and gets the job done. Team Spirit show up in Malta as favorites, and they win their best of 1. They make it look easy.
That's how it should be done. Nothing too flashy, as we said, running the defaults, all 5 players looking solid. Sprout, sure, they did absolutely everything they could. They weren't expected to win that one. They didn't make much of a dent, but what can you expect? Like you said, going against the favorites in the tournament, bit of a bogey map as well. Just good to see Team Spirit turning up and showing they can play this map. Bit of a statement, perhaps, for the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely a statement coming into the tournament that the tournament favorites are not to be messed about. They're coming in, they're looking clean. And Sprout, sure, turn up with Barry. They don't have the full roster that they want. They're still in limbo about how they want to move forward with it. But this is a team that still has some strong individuals of Refresh, Stara, and Cello at times. But this team not able to get it done, not able to come out on top. And a great sign moving forward for Team Spirit as exactly what you want to see coming into the competition. And hopefully we get to see a little bit more of them.
Do you think we're going to see much from Team Sprout this event, or is it
Sprout?
just...
No, I don't think so. I think this group is a story of ENCE and Spirit.
I think you're right. That's probably fair.
And I love seeing more of Paula. That is, if there's anything I love more in the
We
world,
haven't had enough Paula just yet.
It's more Paula, more Freddy, and of course, more Cole.
Throw it over.
See you later, guys. Have fun. Catch it, Paula.
Oh, there we go. Got it. Thank you for the throw, Henry G and Ding Co. Spirit their 16-5, very dominant victory on Anubis over Sprout. Freddie and Cole, initial reactions? It wasn't the berry bomb we were hoping for.
Evidently, last time.
At least me and you, Freddie.
Yeah. Evident. Well, even Cole here, he applied some sort of belief for Sprout. He had the 16-13 win for Spirit, but he still gave some benefit to Sprout. Evidently, Siren has improved on Anubis since I last played against him. He saw my maneuvers and he watched my demos.
Of course,
and he
Freddie.
Definitely was
We call this the Ranner effect.
We
call this the Ranner effect. We've been studying it in laboratories across the world for some time, and when you play with a player, they're never the same, for better or for worse.
Yeah, but I think you got to give a lot of. Excello was really impressive for me. The double AWP that him and Lawrence had, and I am honestly very critical of Excello throughout I've ever seen him. Unless he's playing as like tier 3, tier 4, he definitely seems to struggle. And today, yes, they lost, but he still held his own and got good opening picks. But then on the other side of it, you had Wonderful, who necessarily wasn't going for these flashy opening picks. He was working middle really well on that T side with Chopper, and he was cutting off rotations, and he was proving like a really consistent factor to allow for the likes of Siren and Chopper to entry, and then Patsy be that like third man.
Yeah, I mean, I really liked what I got out of Zello. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, right? You need more players, you need more individuals showing up. And honestly,
do you know
I
that
feel like
Coldplay song? It was all yellow. It was all Zello. Sorry, Cole. I had to get in there whilst it was hot, mate.
Coldplay's a good band. I love Coldplay, so
You
don't
know
mind
Parla's age from that.
Sorry, Cole. Back to you in the studio.
No, I mean, I liked what I got out of Spirit. I feel like they could shoot their way out of any situation. We saw like multiple different times where they had great setups on the B site, and it theoretically should have been enough to get the job done, and it just wasn't, right? They would just get blown out of the water in some of these entries. So there was everything coming up Spirit there. There's no questions asked, and yeah, I mean, even the defense wasn't quite enough to really bounce back.
So, sort of an expected performance by Team Spirit. I doubt they're going to read into that victory too much. They're going to bump fists and be like, let's carry this on. On the other hand, Sprout, they dropped down in our GSL bracket. Obviously, it's a tricky situation playing with their coach, Berry. But is there anything they can take from this game, or when they're moving forward, any adjustments that they should be particularly thinking about? Just a tough spot overall.
Oh, it was a pretty tough spot. I think one big factor that we saw and what Refresh was talking about was that Berry does struggle a lot more on the CT side, as he struggles to find a lot more impact there, because where his excellence shines is from that T side, cooling, giving impact through the younger players. And it was a very interesting setup where you would Refresh on the B bomb site and then Berry on the A bomb site. To me, that signals that you've got two voices on both sides of the map, signaling like you have two prime voices being able to give information to each other. And one thing that really alarmed me, Refresh was at the bottom of the scoreboard for the majority of that game, and he ended at the bottom of the scoreboard at the end. He's literally moved out of the IGL role to find more impact, and he's found less.
That's an interesting observation, Freddie. Cole, is there anything that you'd also like to discuss with regards to that perhaps maybe we could have seen more from Refresh, at least on Anubis?
I mean, we got the Berry, or we didn't get the Berry bomb.
Yeah,
but we did get the Refresh bottom frag, and that does kind of suck, right? You get taken off the IGL role. You do expect maybe a marginal increase, but I really don't think it was like a big individual problem here. I don't think there was anyone that was lacking.
Up on screen now, we've got our 1xBet player of the match, and it is Wonderful. He was one of the players that we highlighted when we tried to spin that story of Wonderful versus Berry in our two highlights before the match. And yeah, he absolutely stood up to his name. Good for one in every round with an ADR of 104.5.
Yeah, I think the stats kind of just speak for themselves there. Patsy as well. He's actually been someone that has done well, or either top fragged, including that I think he was top of the scoreboard actually in this matchup. Every time they played Anubis, Patsy's been at the top, and he's been at the top even outside of Anubis. They've got a really strong squad here, and Wonderful, I really liked how he was playing a little bit more supportive on that T side. You see a lot of AWPers on Anubis right now trying to target those early picks, but Wonderful is going something a little bit different, and it worked out for him. So definitely just proving that they should be a force to be reckoned with, and I think either ENCE or Movi are going to be definitely very scared facing them in that winner bracket.
Cole, anything else that you would like to add?
Yeah, I mean, again, feel like it's kind of more of a team effort there for Sprout. They had a lot of good ideas. I don't think it was any sort of big individual. I don't even think Barry played all that bad,
Pretty
considering. And it looks like they're a little bit uninspired. And if they can try and mentally bounce back, that would be very good. But it's going to be a tough trial ahead of them.
Freddie and Cole, thank you for your thoughts. Everybody, that's our first best of one of Group B out of the way here at CCT Central Europe Malta Finals, brought to you by Gaming Malta. Up next, we have Movistar Riders versus ENCE, our second best of one for Group B. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with that one very, very shortly.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
Tired of boring case openings? Do you always get only cheap skins? The Hellcase website has tons of options to upgrade your inventory. It's up to you to participate in giveaways, events, or compete with other players in opening cases. Hellcase, your world of expensive skins.